What's up, everyone? Temp is blown away here. No, I don't know what he means by that, to be honest with you. Very confused. What do you not eyeing, man? What up, King? Thank you for joining, Ender King. I appreciate it. Today is going to be a classic variety stream. I can say right now we probably won't play Minecraft, but we might. You never know what happens on these variety streams. We're going to be doing whatever. I can't say definitively that Xander said he'd be on around noon to do that Across the Obelisk weekly challenge that we do most variety streams. Most Wednesdays usually we do the Across the Obelisk weekly challenge, but he's not on right now. So I am. Legos is next week, buddy. Gotta wait. I'm glad that y'all are excited for it though, because I was like tempted to just do it off camera. I know that some people do Lego streams. I didn't think that you guys would care, so I'm glad that you guys are excited for the Legos, but that's gonna be next week. Next week on Wednesday we're gonna build some Legos. Anywho, I had some time to kill. I've been playing a lot of Destiny recently. I used to play Destiny all the freaking time. They just announced the name of their next big update and whatnot, and I mean, look, it might be trash. Like, Destiny is like really hit or miss sometimes, but it could be great. And if it's great, I'm gonna be playing it and I'll probably be streaming it. So this is gonna be a little bit of like a, I don't know, maybe an intro into Destiny. You might notice that the music is pretty much the same, and that is because usually the music I play on Spotify is Destiny music anyways. So we're here, and man, I'm just gonna play some Destiny until Xander gets on. Now, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys played Destiny before or have seen Destiny. It is free to play technically. I would really call it free to try, because I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like you're gonna hit a point where it's like your trial has ended, pay for the rest of the game, and that's not true, right? It is technically free to play, that is true. However, more than like 50% of the content is paywalled, like, and I don't blame them for that. Like, it's kind of like Fallout in that way, where like, yeah, the DLCs are like the majority of the content. The difference between Fallout and Destiny is Destiny is live service and actively changing, whereas Fallout is like a one and done single player deal. You know what I mean? Destiny has done some crap. I don't want to get into it. They've done some sketchy. They've done some crappy things, just like any AAA company has. But I would kind of call it free to try, because like the main content that's going on at that point is usually paywalled. You know what I mean? But there's a bunch of stuff, like all this stuff up here I believe is all free. So like all these activities and the raids and dungeons that are in here, I'm pretty sure all of this stuff is also free, but I don't know. Anywho, just to let you guys know, if you do want to try it out, but I've really loved this game. I also, you know, I'm hoping that this new update is really good. Why pay to win? I get if you do a free game but then make the game paid. I don't get it. It's not, I wouldn't call it pay to win. I wouldn't call it pay to win, for one simple reason. For example, like, I don't know, like this weapon right here that I got right now, you technically need to pay for the expansion to be able to do the raid that this weapon drops from. And this is a damn good weapon, don't get me wrong, but this weapon right here is also damn good and it's free, you know? So it's not like it's pay to win. There, you know, being a free player, you can definitely get content that is good enough to match any other player. You're just limited on the choices that you have, you know what I mean? Like, you'll have more choices if you pay. It's kind of the thing. I wouldn't call it pay to win. They don't sell individual items or guns. They sell seasonal stuff, like ornaments. Like in here, all of the stuff you see here, silver, that's a paid currency, so you have to pay for silver. So like all of these ornaments and stuff like that, that's a Star Wars thing right there. No, so all of these ornaments and stuff, a lot of it costs real money. This stuff, Bright Dust, is a free currency you can't get in game. But Rate my mod. You don't have a mod, Xander. You don't mod. I see you. Sit-ups. Let's do them. Let's do the sit-ups. Xan, I'm waiting on you, buddy. I'm waiting on you. This ain't some nerdy crap that you would play, buddy. All right, sit-ups. Let's do them. All right. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Right on. Thank you for the setup, Sender. I appreciate it. I just woke up about an hour ago. You keep me working. What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. It literally means harvest like flora that they add. I thought it meant this stuff. Right on. Okay. Makes it pretty easy though. Do I have... What is... Oh, it's like the vines. I was like, this is not a plant. I don't know what they talking about. Sfit, haven't watched Ace in ages. Dude, you are right. What is up, dude? Welcome into the stream. Yeah, for those of you that are just tuning in, we're just kind of killing time. I've been playing a lot of Destiny recently, and if the new big expansion that they're coming out with, I think sometime in the next few months, like a few months from now, is any good, I'll probably be streaming it because I just want to. Dude, XKBMB with the follow. Welcome to the family. Thank you for following. Deciding to stick around. I don't think I've seen you around before. I don't think I've seen you chatting unless you're someone's alt. I know we got a lot of people with like alt accounts and whatnot. Either way, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the follow, dude. If the new DLC of Destiny is any good, I'll probably be streaming it because I mean I'll be playing it a lot, and especially on Wednesdays, it's probably going to be what I want to do. So that's what we'll be streaming. So anywho, figured I'd stream right now while we wait for Xander. So if you don't like Destiny, if you're bored, if you're like, hey, do something else, you can blame Xander. It's his fault, all his fault. I'm new, played Destiny a while back, so trying to get back into it, dude. Me too. I don't know if you've seen like, was it D2scrub.land or whatever it is? What is this? Defeat Vex on Nessus to ensure safe habitat. Defeat Vex with melee. Okay, it's easy. Whatever it is, but if you look at that, it's like since beta release I was playing the game consistently. Like I don't think I went like 4 days without playing this game because I fell in love with it originally, man. And then I think the past month or so I've actually been playing pretty consistently, but before that I think I went like 3 or 4 months almost without playing. And yeah, just kind of like stopped playing entirely. But Heresy's been pretty good. I don't know if you have the new season or what, or the current season or whatever it is right now. Heresy's been pretty dang good, all things considered. The start of Echoes, because yeah, I kind of played Final Shape and was like, all right, it's it, and kind of just stopped. My life was really busy at the time too, and just I didn't have time for it. And the start of Echoes was so bad. It built to a pretty good story, not gonna lie. I did kind of like the ending and whatnot, and Encore is pretty cool, even though I dude, the exotic missions are they're a whole other beast. We can talk about the exotic missions if you want, but I don't want to get into it because I got a lot of opinions there. But the Echo's built into something pretty cool, and her Heresy's been really good. And I don't know what the like middle one was, the like the Fallen expansion or whatever it was called. Is that Revenant or whatever? It was okay. Had its ups and had its downs. I was the same, D1 all the way through and D2 for like 2 years, and I haven't played Dang. Wow, that's a wild. Do you remember like what the last like big thing was when you played, man? Like big DLC, newest raid, anything like that? I'm gonna try and date that, because 2 years, that's like Forsaken, right? Did you play Beyond Light at all? Cause so I played a bit of D1. One of my buddies got me into D1. And I played a little bit before Taken King came out. I pre-ordered Taken King, played it. I wouldn't say even to completion though, because like I never even beat, I've still to this day never beat King's Fall in D1. I've beat it in D2. Even though I've tried to beat it in D1 several times, I just kept getting shitty teams. But never beat King's Fall in D1. So I was like, yeah, you know, it's a pretty fun game. And then when D2 came out, I was like, oh sure, this is like my opportunity to get in like at the front door, you know what I mean? Not be lost, not be so behind, kind of not know what I'm doing. I don't know how to say that. But then I played this game like consistently from release to Witch Queen and all the way through Witch Queen. And towards the end of Witch Queen, I kind of fell off just a little bit. I played Final Shape and then kind of just stopped entirely. Not Witch Queen, Lightfall. Lightfall's after Witch Queen, right? I played through Lightfall. Yeah, I played through Lightfall right up till the end of Lightfall. And then kind of stopped. Because Lightfall, I mean, let's be real, Lightfall was kind of bad. Lightfall was kind of low-key bad. Haven't watched in ages, mostly because of exams. Well, welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Saturdays are going to be the M creator streams, the mod making streams, if that's what you're looking for, Sfit. So make sure to tune in on Saturday. I'm loading up just now. I'll let you know when I get in, bruh. Would donate, but don't have that amount of money to spare. Dude, no worries, King. No freaking worries. I totally get it. I totally get it, man. I just enjoy streaming, so you don't have to pay me a dime. I do appreciate it if you're willing, but it is up to you. And there's no worries, no pressure at all, dude. I think last I played was when King's Fall came over to D2. I got Touch of Malice twice, then stopped. Dude, when King's Fall came over to D2, if I remember correctly, it took me a couple of runs before I was able to get Touch. Do I have a raid emblem on me? Is this a raid emblem? I think so, right? Yeah, okay. Let me go to career. How many King's Fall? Only 16 King's Fall completions. You know, honestly, I knew it was really low. I would have bet that it was like 12, to be honest with you. Because, like I said, that whole Lightfall era, Lightfall and beyond, is when they started to lose me. But King's Fall, that was only like a year or two ago. Like, yeah, wasn't you played for a good bit of Destiny 2. You haven't missed out on that much. I don't know if you own Final Shape in the current season, but they're pretty good. And I hadn't played any of them. Like, I played the start of Echoes and then stopped. And didn't play for like several months, and only like at the start of last month did I hop back into it. But at this point I caught up on all the seasonal content and did it all again. And I kind of already told you my thoughts on that, so we're not going to get back into it. But yeah, I mean, Heresy, the current season is really good. I gotta admit, surprisingly good. Just for what they've been doing. I don't know if you've been seeing, what are they? I think they officially announced the name of the new DLC. It's gonna be called Edge of Fate, which I'm like, okay, I don't really care. To be honest, I think you're supposed to. I think you're trying to like generate hype with that name. I think, or maybe it's just a name. I don't know. I think it's kind of whatever. I couldn't care less about the name, to be honest with you. It's all gonna be about that content. Let's be real. But I'm not excited for it. So May 6th is apparently, not when it comes out, but they're doing a stream like 3 weeks from yesterday, so like 3 weeks from Tuesday, on May 6th, talking about the Edge of Fate and like what it's going to be about, you know, what all's going to be in it, all the changes and whatnot. And that I am excited for, because they've talked a lot about, they said they want to make Destiny It's still gonna be an RPG MMO. Like that's its bread and butter. Still gonna be an RPG MMO, but they want to lean into the Metroidvania roguelike style. So it's gonna be like kind of a cross between a Metroidvania roguelike game. So I'm assuming what that means is their farmable, repeatable content, like kind of what we've been seeing for seasons and stories and whatnot so far, is going to be very roguelike in terms of like you load in, you do some stuff and you get not quite to the end, and then you restart and you level up and you do it again, right? And then you level up and you do it again, and the level ups give you better stuff. That's the roguelike aspect of it. And Destiny's always been kind of grindy like that. And then I think for the story, not the content, is where they're trying to lean into the Metroidvania style. So it's gonna be like you just kind of explore and they introduce you to the story, like the start of the story, but you kind of have to go around and find it for yourself instead of these like linear quests that you do like once a week, you know? Because a lot of people say like that aren't super into the game, they're like, yeah, I tune in for like 2 hours at the start of the week to get the new story, and then I don't play at all for the rest of the week. And that's valid, to be honest with you, because if you play it all beyond that, it's super grindy, or at least can be super grindy. So I don't know. My sensitivity is insanely high. I've been playing Call of Duty too much, bruh. Dude, I stopped playing Call of Duty around Black Ops 2. I just saw the direction it was going and tapped out. I love Black Ops 2 though. I was fit. I didn't even see that you chatted away on YouTube. I'm so bad about YouTube comments. I see Dino over there. Hello, just popping by. What game is this? This is Destiny 2. This is a game I used to play all the time that I kind of fell off of. I've been playing again recently, not on stream. But they're about to have a big DLC that comes out, and if that DLC is any good, I'm probably going to get back into the game, and if I get back into the game, I'm probably going to stream it. So I'm streaming it now just to kind of introduce people to it. But anywho, Zenith tuning in after his big announcement saying, oh, you know, I'm going to work on schools. And you brought a new crew member aboard. We saved the frogs, dude. Thank you, Captain. We saved the frogs.
I suspect this little guy's toxic secretions.
Zenith talking about, oh, I won't be on your streams. Got to go. No worries, Zenith. I figured you'd just stop by to say hello. I appreciate it, man. I really do.
We can protect them with violence.
Zan, it's your fault, man. Yo, what? Okay, I don't get that. The frog. Zan, I'm waiting on you, man. You're the nerd. Everyone's waiting on you.
You're the nerd.
Oh, he's here. I forgot to tell you guys. I'm sitting in a VC, so he can just join at any moment. Now he's here. What's up, buddy? You ready? You ready to go?
Yeah, let me save this application real quick. How much did I do with it? Oh, let me just finish this real quick. Give me like less than 5 minutes, like 2 minutes. I don't think it'll save for me.
Dude, look at this little frog. Look, he's got eyes underneath. You see that? He's got eyes underneath his mouth. Those are eyes, no? Or those like sensors? I don't know. He goofy looking though. Oh, I can pet him?
That means something in frog.
Dude, what? Dude, what the heck is this? Okie dokie. That's goofy. Right on. What is this? Yeah, that's what I thought. Right on. Well, Landon, what's up? Hey, sorry I missed the streams. I've been in school. No worries. Have you played Rust? No, I've not played Rust. This game kind of looks like Subnautica, not gonna lie. Interesting. I've played Subnautica. I maybe we'll play Subnautica one day on stream. But I didn't get super into it. It is cool, don't get me wrong, and but it's like way too open and like loosely guided for me to just like really fall into, at least at the time. I actually like the fact that it's open and loosely guided. It feels really like feels like Subnautica. It's interesting. That's interesting. It horrifying. Oh, it is horrifying. That is absolutely true. What's your build right now? Eh. Not much of anything. I'm running prismatic with the solar and Vex, and mostly what I'm leaning into is the cold snap grenades with osmiomancy gloves, because I mean I was doing some expert content and just being able to freeze everything really helps. But I mean, you know, because I play warlock, usually I'm either that or the arc build that's going on right now. That's just absolutely nuts. I got my delicate tomb in here because those you combo that with geomags, you can get a chaos reach in like 3 seconds. It's freaking ridiculous. I'm sure you've heard of it if you're familiar. But yeah, right. I'm like, I do really loose build crafting in this game. I'm not like one of those nerds. No offense, I don't mean any offense by it, but I'm not like, I don't sweat over the over the build crafting, you know what I mean? I kind of just throw on something that makes me happy and then I roll with it, right? I'm not trying to min max to the max. You see, I got 100 resilience, but the rest is pretty crap. Look, I play this game for fun, not the sweat, you know what I mean? Anywho, Xander's here. So those of you that tuned in for Destiny, I probably will start it up again in a bit. But we're gonna do our Across the Obelisk weekly challenge. For those of you that don't know what Across the Obelisk is, this is a true roguelike, which, you know, Destiny tries to be but fails consistently. A true roguelike game with like a deck building, and we're gonna do the weekly challenge. Probably take about an hour or two. And then if he still wants to play, we might do something. But if he's got to get off, which I don't know, we'll hop right back into Destiny whenever he's done. But this is how these Wednesday streams go. These are variety streams, and we're gonna be bouncing around, doing whatever. Landon over on YouTube says I should get Rust. It's fun. Is it free to play? I don't have a ton of money, dude. If I do end up getting Rust, though, I will definitely. Oh, Burp City. Sorry about that. I will definitely let you know. Because I'm definitely down and open to playing with you, man. No, not free. Nah, I'm not surprised there. Not a problem, dude. Not a problem. Have I gotta press done here. There we go. Oh, we're gonna wait. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So maybe one day I'll get it, but that's probably gonna be pretty low on my list unless I can get it for like $5 or something real cheap like that. What type of game is Rust? I've heard a lot about it, and I think they've got like PvP, maybe only private PvP, but I've heard at least that much. So I don't know. Zan, you in? He's leaving me. Let's turn that off. There we go. Yo, Spotify is not working. Making Minecraft mod and creator while watching the stream. Dude, what if you don't mind, what type of mod are you making? Like, what's the theme, I guess? I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. What are you working on right now? There we go. All right, I got Spotify working. Overhaul? Nice. What are you working on right now, though? You know what I mean? You can look it up on YouTube. I use a tug base. Okay. That obviously means nothing to me because I don't play this game. If I do this, that's what I thought. That's fine. Ash? Oh, you're working on Ash. Okay, I got you. So is that like... Yeah, I'm assuming you got to burn up some sort of wood something, right? some sort of wood something. Mobile water base. Oh, interesting. Okay, you know what? We got some time. Xander's being rude. Oh, he left. He left. I see. He gonna be back. He gonna be back. How's the challenge this week? We're gonna find out. First, I'm looking up Rust. Multiplayer survival video game. Develop. Okay, whatever. Cool. All right. This seems almost like what people wanted Fallout 76 to be, and then they ruined it. Seems like a pretty fun game though, not gonna lie. So what happens if you die? You know what I mean? Like if you die, do you just have to, you spawn into a new world and try again? Do you respawn at your base? You know what I mean? Like, well, I see bases there. Interesting. I've always been kind of interested in Rust. I don't think you'd care for it though. Dude, I don't know. I don't know, man. If we played it together, maybe. Xander, have you seen Marathon? That's Bungie, creators of Halo and Destiny. They're making a new game. It's coming out in like September. It's called Marathon. There's like one trailer out for it right now, but it looks like something we might get into. I don't know. I don't know if I'd pay like full price for it, and they'll probably ask full price for it. So you know what I mean. You respawn at bag. I don't know if you mean bag. Maybe you mean base. I'm assuming bag is something you'd place down like a base anyway, so it's probably similar. Maybe it was just a typo, but that makes sense. I got you. I don't know. That definitely sounds like what people wanted Fallout 76 to be, and then they ruined it. I suppose people say it's good now, but I don't know. I can't be bothered. You know, I think we have this back. I feel like I have this card back already. Hang on. No, I don't. It's the one I wanted it, and that was gone. Okay, awesome. I thought it was gonna be this one. Okay, I thought it was gonna be this one, but it's not. It's this one. That's weird. Zan, it's the card back we missed. Yeah, dude, that's dope. This was like my favorite one. That's awesome. Oh, wow. Okay. That is interesting. Yeah, I think we're just missing seasonal. Well, there were two more. There's like what? Pirates Ahoy and like Rise of the Machines or whatever, that I don't know how we're supposed to get those weekly challenge card backs, because it seems like he kind of just skipped them or something. I don't know. And then after that, I think there's also like 5 seasonal ones for the holidays. But dude, this challenge, I guess we're gonna see how good Gustav is. Wow. That does not seem, at least not my type of build. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do here. You put the bag in the base, spawn in the base. That, okay, fair enough. Yeah, it makes sense. Rust is complex, not easy. How complex can it really be, though? You know what I mean? Like, Like, so like let's take a look at something like Ark Survival Evolved, for example, right? How different is that from Rust? You spawn in, you know, you gather resources, you build a base, you survive. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from Rust here. You know what I mean? Like, is it? I'm gonna be real with you, right? If you haven't played Destiny, I don't think it's possible to be more complex than Destiny. And Destiny is complex in a bad way. Like, not in it's complex as in there are a million different systems. All of them are equally useful and useless at the same time, and they're all different, but the same, but different. Like, like it's so I can only imagine trying to learn Destiny. Like, all the ins and outs. There's parts of it I don't understand. I've been playing for years, right? But it's complex in a bad way, not in like a streamlined, progressive way. Because Destiny has the Minecraft problem where it's like it doesn't address and update its old content and bring it into light. It just keeps adding more. Although Minecraft, admittedly, has been, you know, doing just that recently, going back, looking at their old content, updating it, making it feel new and refreshed, and it's been fantastic. I don't know if you guys have seen the newest, like the absolute newest Minecraft. Let me see if I can find it over here. The absolute newest Minecraft, whatchamacallit, God, beta version, but it's actually awesome. It's actually beyond awesome. This one right here. Yeah, I mean, you just watch the bottom, but you can put leads on boats and attach them to the new Happy Gas, and you can like fly things around in the boat. Hang on. We're gonna fix this. Boom, like that. There we go. It's way more complex than Ark. Okay, whatever you say, man. Extreme, what is up, dude? Welcome into the stream. It's good to see you, my man. We're talking about the newest Minecraft beta release. Yeah, it's actually freaking dope. You can chain boats together, make like trains, and that part right there is probably the coolest part, and it's so gonna be so underrated. So it used to be when you if you right click a lead onto a fence, obviously it goes on that fence, but when you right click it and take it off, it doesn't give you the lead, it just like removes the lead and you have to reattach them. But watch this mechanic, watch how it works. He can put them all on, take them all off, put them all on, take them all off. He can chain the animals together in a big chain like this. It's super freaking cool. Like all the stuff, like look at this. All this stuff that you can do with leads now. So dope. I really hope, and I think maybe this is wishful thinking, but I am almost positive that we are going to get trains in Minecraft. Not like creator trains, but the ability to take a chain and chain minecarts together and create a train of minecarts. It's awesome. Yeah, they're going back and looking at all their old stuff, and they're putting less of an emphasis on adding new stuff and more of an emphasis on tweaking what's already there, and it's awesome. Xander, are you here? Yes, you are.
I'm here.
He's here.
Jacob and I are gonna run train on you, buddy. You know,
oh yeah, well, you know, thank you. About time. Anywho, multiplayer weekly challenge. I still have that save from like a week last week with me, you, and Jacob, where he had a dip. Where we were at the final boss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we can finish it. We can finish it. Ugh.
We have a madness run going too, don't we?
Yeah, we have a madness run going too. Going as well. Madness 8.
Madness 8.
Madness 8.
Yeah, dude, if we have any problem with this after beating pretty high madness, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready for you in the US lobby.
I am. Yeah, I don't think you are, dude.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, US. Weekly challenge, multiplayer game. It's right there. Where's Destiny? LOL? Dude, variety stream, dude. I think I told you that we were playing Destiny until Xander got on. Xander is on, so now we're doing this, and we might do Destiny again later, later in the stream. It depends. You never know. Wednesday streams are gonna be all over the place. You never know what's gonna be happening on a Wednesday stream.
Your room is just straight up not showing up, by the way.
Are you positive you're in the U.S.?
100% positive. Region, U.S. crossplay.
U.S. East, go. Number of players 2. You in the weekly challenge? I know it's just join multiplayer
I don't even think
at
you
the
need
top,
to.
right?
Yeah, but I went into the I went into the weekly challenge to hit
You
it
host.
just
You
to make
host.
sure. Yeah, that was my plan all along. I was faking it.
Oh wait, you need to play on like an Xbox or PS to play Rust with me? Dang, is it not? It's so it's like cross console but not cross platform. I have a crappy little Xbox, but I need to get a better one. I'm in here, buddy. I'm in here.
Okay, sweet.
I'm ready to go. Ready to go with you.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Who you want?
I really don't want to play Gustav.
Sweet.
You wanted to play Gustav?
Yeah, I love Gustav. I don't love
Oh, that's
Gustav,
great.
but-
That's great. That's fine. That works great because I was like, I don't even know how to play him. Like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know he's like stanzas, like song build, bard build. And if you can spec him into mind and foresight, that would pair well with Nezzy.
With Nezzy, yeah. And if
Yeah.
you can get poison cards too.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I'll
what
work
we
on
want.
that. All right, seems like a
All
plan.
right, gonna go.
Damn, that will work. I mean, I guess it is a pretty old game. You don't need like a nice new console, right?
Main reason I didn't think you'd like it is because I think there's a lot of like people are constantly effing with you, like trying to raid your base and.
Fair enough. I'm not a huge like PvP type of guy usually.
That's kinda
you know
what I
mean?
was thinking,
So yeah.
Or maybe
I'm
you
more
like
of
it.
a just
That's
have
just it.
fun, do my thing.
Yeah. I feel like you build a base and someone would come destroy it and steal your stuff. You'd be like, nope, done. Over this game, it sucks.
I could see that. It really depends on, like, it'd have to catch me really hard.
Yeah.
You know, before that happened, for me to want to jump back into it afterwards.
All right, let me pick this sheet.
Hey, what wood themed thing should I add to my MC overhaul? Wood themed thing to add to your overhaul. It's a good question. I've considered adding like posts or beams to my mod. They'd pretty much look like logs, but they're like thin logs, kind of like walls if you don't connect them to anything, but vertical or horizontal, you know what I mean? You'd have a little bit of code that would, you know, be required to go in there with them to kind of make them work right, but it wouldn't be super complex, I don't think. Could be cool, could be interesting. So I don't know, that's what comes to my mind.
Dude, I'm not loving Wilbur's starting deck here, or starting options. Like, it sucks.
Yeah, I get that. Let's do that. I play on 0-player servers with my friend Turtipod, so we don't get raided. Oh, interesting. So at that point, it's just like it's like a PvE survival game that I could probably really enjoy. It's kind of right up my alley. I don't like other people messing with me. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, that sounds actually like something I would really enjoy. It's almost kind of like Minecraft, but not Minecraft. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's not Minecraft, but it's like a survival sandbox, you know? Like, thanks. Also want to play Minecraft with my friends. Gotta go. No worries, King. You have fun, man. I'm thinking I'd take that alarm bell.
It's not bad. I'm thinking dagger for Gus.
It's fine by me.
Are you putting on dark damage at all?
No, I won't be doing like any at all.
That's a shame, man. The Azure Runestone could be so nasty in some other builds. Or at least pretty good. I guess not crazy, but...
Yeah, if we had like a dark build going. Play on a server called Man Like Zens. It is 3 times. I don't know what 3 times means. Like 3 times difficulty or something? Is that what you're talking about? Alrighty, boy. You want to hit up the merchant in that altar down south?
Yeah, that makes total, like, why would we go any other way, I feel like?
Right. Oh, 3 times gather,
points?
3 times loot. Gather. I say gather? 3 times gather, 3 times loot. That sounds nuts. That's right up my alley. Anything to make it easier, make it more fun. We can. It's up to you. I don't care, to be honest with you. I don't think we need. Well, honestly, that insanity is it's only gonna help for Nezzy's healing, but
yeah. Are we frozen?
We're loading. Here we go.
There she is.
There we go. How you like them apples?
Hey, let's go.
All of us going first.
All of us. Full squad.
Although that might not hang around because that swiftness that applies randomly.
Yeah.
Might change things up.
Just get them out quick. Dude, I'm gonna be not doing very much damage off rip, just so you know.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have much damage at all from any of these characters. Like, Willie can build up damage, but like without support, it's not much. Like,
Yeah, it's
I mean,
definitely gonna be a
it
challenge.
can get pretty crazy, but it takes a while. Like yeah, yeah. I'm expecting more of a slow game. Ugh. Rust is complex but fun. I mean, I feel like I prefer a game with a little bit of complexity to it. This game right here that we're playing is pretty dang complex. Like, it's got a crazy amount of, like, I don't know what to call them, not features, but things, mechanics, things like that. You just kind of have to learn. We're not doing terrible damage, actually, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to scale it up pretty quick. But yeah, not too bad right now.
Wow, we're not very healthy either. Dang. Like D&D? Yeah. Yeah, exactly like D&D.
We get him 2 rounds, yeah. Good, great.
I think we got this, yeah. You gonna double it? Yeah. Yeah.
Got him dead on turn. And Willie can get fronted. Wish I could do that squall plus superconductor, but whatever. Just make sure you're dead. All right, Nezzy. Let's see if you can cut it
I
for
feel like
me.
19 is very doable.
Yeah. There we go. Not
There we
bad.
go.
Not bad.
Easy victory. Let's
That was
go.
an easy dub. Got
First
the points
combat
on it
out of the way.
too.
I didn't set up my card backs. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, same.
Guess I could take that brass amulet. Could take the shadow cloak, but I don't know. You have a preference on what you want?
I was thinking I was down to take the shadow cloak, but if you want it, that's fine too. I could also take. Might be worth for me to take the battle axe. I just don't know how much bleed I'm gonna be doing. Probably not much.
Yeah, I'll probably be doing more bleed than you, and I'm still not doing
Yeah,
much at all. I think I have one card that does bleed.
but I'll be doing slashing too. I mean, so. But I feel like dagger's probably better to get that piercing into. Just 'cause I don't know how I'm gonna spec it yet.
Yeah, I'd take the shadow cloak and then war banner
Yeah.
for Willie.
Yeah, I should place that later.
Yep.
we got here. Learn the spell to remain.
That eavesdrop ain't bad.
It's not, but I feel like, dude, I feel like there's other better ones in here.
Like what? Flower? Remove stains ain't bad either.
But yeah, remove stains is the main one I was looking at. Sour wouldn't be bad either. Put 10 poison on them. I don't. How does it go? Do we get? Everybody gets this?
It just says teach you one of her most useful spells in
Yeah.
exchange for 300 gold. I don't know. I don't know if it goes to everyone. I feel like that flower field is one of the best. I made sure to pick up a couple dispel cards. I don't have a ton, but I've got 2 general and 1 poison specific.
How's the healing work on Desi again?
It works based on mind and sight stacks in play. So any mind or sight in play, Nessie will heal at the end of his turn. Heal everyone.
Mind is an
So
insanity.
yeah.
Okay.
So the foresight of eavesdrop is also pretty good. For that reason. I still feel like the flower field is a little better though, especially if all of us are getting that. I mean, even with one of us getting that, it's not bad. Gotta go be right back. No worries, Landon. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's not bad. I feel like our biggest thing, though, if it's going to be damage, we might want to. If we don't all get it, is it worth the 300 gold
I think so.
for one of these?
Well,
like,
I guess
dude, I would
well,
not.
we've
spend
got
300
like
on that.
a thing coming up. 300 gold for one of these cards.
It's pretty pricey for what it is, and all of them vanish too.
Bro, you gotta make a decision. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You can 50-50 if you want.
I'm gonna 50-50 because I would pay 300 for that flower fields.
Well, you can send me 150, bud.
I'll send it to you
shitty-ass
if we don't all get it. I'll send it to you. Oh, who's gonna win? Oh, who's gonna be? It's gonna be a card and we're gonna pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did you pick? Did you pick Nez?
Yeah, who'd you pick?
Willie, Magnus. I said Willie.
Dude, I was gonna
Magnus.
say if you picked Willie, dude, I was instantly discarding that shit the second we got any chance to.
Magnus, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I'd rather have Nez
Doesn't
focus
matter
on
to me.
other types of healing. Magnus is kind of all. I looked up how to play Magnus because he seemed like just absolute trash. So I looked him up like a while back, like good strats, and apparently he just kind of just debuffs the enemy. And that's pretty much it. Like debuff the enemy and buff your allies is kind of his whole thing. So
Kind of
he's
feels
not-
like Heiner is just better. Sympathy, both Bree and
He's
Heiner.
just better.
Easily clear.
Yeah, it's just better. We need to try out some Grookly though.
Well,
'Cause
that
Grookly
spec
could be
spike
nice. I just don't
shield
feel
is
like we need
nasty.
it. Yeah, the
It's
corrupted
not
one.
bad. It's pretty good. Yeah, corrupted.
Yeah, only
one
one
AP or
cost.
one
It's not
cost,
bad.
yeah.
It's not bad. The vanish is kind of tough, but magic mushroom actually helps us with healing. So
Helps with healing, lose the energy, and a little damage every round on a random hero. That's not too bad.
yeah, that was every turn. It'd be tough.
Yeah, that would be something to consider a little harder. Think about it a little more.
Yeah. This one big woofy boy. Let's see here. Poison deals 50% more damage, but loses all charges at the end of the turn.
Oh, he's dead anyway.
Golden shards is reduced by 30%. Yeah, I noticed that. All monster cards have +1 of their charges. Heroes are +1 speed. Monster, Holy Shadow, and Mind Resistance is up by 10% on all monsters. And each hero begins with an additional 300 golden shards. Doesn't seem the hardest.
No, not too crazy.
Yawn. He survived. Your poison sucks, dude.
So when does it you do the healing at the end of your turn based on how much insanity and foresight's
And
in
foresight's
play?
in play. Yeah,
Okay. End of your turn, right?
watch this. When I end my turn, here we all
Yeah.
heal up based on
Yeah.
insanity and foresight in play. Wow, I didn't realize Willie was so low.
Yeah, he's hurting. A little bit of pain.
Dang.
All right, let's go, Gusty. What we got here? Do I kill him or do I let him?
He'll die at the start of his turn, not the end of it, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Unless he gets. Oh yeah, this guy doesn't have heals, does he? No. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That was a pretty mighty hit. All right, Willie boy. Pull out the stops. Come on.
It's GG for these boys here. Ready? Very crazy how smoked they get here. Nice.
Well, that's kind of unfortunate. Couldn't even hit that guy once.
You know. Man, I've not gotten any good cards at all. Even really worth considering too much.
That's money.
Let's go. That was close. That was a little spooked.
That was too close, yeah.
You corrupt the shadow.
You want to get that bell for Gustav? Maybe? Maybe? Starting with stanza? I don't know how the stanza works. You could corrupt the shadow cloak too. I can't buy anything here. I don't have enough money. I don't really want anything here though. Oh, I can buy stuff. I was just on your thing. I see. I see.
Oh, that shadow cloak's pretty nasty, actually. Corruption
Plus
every
15.
turn, gain 2 stealth.
That is actually pretty nasty.
Instead
yeah.
of once
Yeah.
or what is every 3 turns, what it was before.
It's like
Or
start
combat
start.
start.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I don't really want any of this.
You're thinking hard. Are you doing a level up?
Doing my level up, yeah.
I have audio on, so it's always tough.
Farshot don't seem bad. We could probably take this. Yeah. I do think we take the Farshot here.
For Gus, it's pretty good. Corrupted.
A fungal
Force
outbreak is
pricey.
yeah, not a
Now let's
tough
get
one.
rid of it.
Yeah.
Good thing we're fast, man. Good thing.
Right. Yeah, Gustav is looking pretty good.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Not gonna lie.
He's not gonna lie to us. Tell him the truth.
Yeah, dude, I am Sir Mix-a-Lot. If there's one thing I'm known for, it's that I cannot lie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah. Do you know it's your turn?
Yeah, man, I'm really thinking really deeply about this one.
It's just so unlike you. I wasn't expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man.
Okay, okay. You want scry?
Take scry. Take scry.
On which one?
Give it to Gus.
The Gussie boy.
The Gussie boy.
I can play Banish too if you want. I think Banish kind of trash, not gonna lie. Cause you gotta banish them.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, yeah. I would take it if you want to put it on somebody. Like,
Yeah, okay.
okay.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Hmm. Just keep blocking
Hmm.
myself. Obviously
Hmm.
need those blocks on myself.
Hmm.
I do. Yeah, I do. Dang. Do
That's
you have
tough.
any song spells? I
Yeah, I've
guess you
got
do,
two here.
yeah.
Is it worth though? Probably.
Yeah, definitely seems worth. Get that circuit overload.
Sir.
Yeah, you gotta overload the circuits.
Got
It's a
to.
good thing. It's a good thing. You know what they say, the more load, the better. Right?
Right. The larger the load, they say. Say the larger the load. I don't know what they say after that, but I know it starts with that.
Yeah, that's how it starts, right?
Yeah.
Something about toads, maybe. I don't know.
Toads, yeah.
Something about, yeah, larger the load, better the toes.
Or happier the bros, something like that. I don't know.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right.
That's pretty, that sounds right. It makes sense
That
to me.
that sounds kind of real. Damn. That's tough. It's a tough situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah, that's the move. Oh yeah, we are in
Oh,
pain
but
though.
I did unfortunately had to purge your insanity there though, so we lost like a little bit of
How much did I
healing,
have?
but like 14.
Mm,
But still think you would have
be
lost
worse.
from the burn just as much as you would have gained from the insanity. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, start with the back one. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
I assume we try to heal.
Yeah,
You,
probably.
I mean, but it's at the end of your turn, right?
Yeah, we'd have to go into the next round. It is, yeah. I've got a couple healing cards if you want to just end it. I can definitely do 5. So I'm not, guaranteed, but yeah. So
Pretty
that's
good.
nice.
That's
Little
helpful.
little bit of
Yeah.
extra healing there.
I mean, he's low.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to go into the next round because I didn't have enough leftover energy, but I still think that's better than nothing.
Yeah. For the 10% difference in cards or whatever.
Yeah.
Seems worth. Yeah, I forgot. Just look back at it.
Yeah, it's
Like
unfortunate, man.
shot?
If there's one thing I've learned, huh? Gustav got far shot. What are you talking about?
Do I take plague shot?
Oh, I don't know. The decay is kind of nice, right?
Decay is nice, and then you get that.
The
You get
poison
the
not bad. Yeah,
gifting and then poison.
it's not bad. There's one thing I've learned playing Nezzy. I feel like it's you have to pick up heal cards. Like you can't just rely on his mind and his insanity.
Yeah.
At least not early. Like maybe later you can. I don't know, but not early on.
Wait, that corrupted value only get stanza combat start. You get
Yeah,
stanza
isn't that like
2.
the exact same thing as the regular bell? Like it's kind of bad, you know?
It is kind of bad. I still might take it though, just because of the that max HP up.
Yeah, it seems better than the Jingle Bell.
Yeah, and the warp and the jingle bell.
Switch
Oh, you're.
governor,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Okay. Okay.
You know your little Jingle Bell?
Okay.
Guess I'll take this.
Bang. What are we gonna get?
Not satisfied. Gotta get that bigger discount.
I'm spooked, dude. No.
Bro, that's so close.
Frick.
That's actually so close too.
Freaking frick, dude.
Got freaking fracked on.
Got freaking fracked on all over ourselves.
Yeah, I don't know what you gotta do. I hate getting fracked all over.
Depends on my mood.
Hmm.
Man. When you got a sec, I got a question for you.
Yeah, question. Shoot.
Question. Should I get? I'm kind of torn here. I was thinking a couple. If you look at Gus, I was looking at upgrading either his Toxic Strike to be any monster in 18 from 15, or his Vexing Crescendo to get to 50%. To get more insane on for you, and then the damage there.
I think the Crescendo is our better option, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Probably same price or cheaper actually. But do I go to?
Yeah,
do I
way
do
cheaper too.
I assume I do the three energy upgrade.
That's what I do. Plus 50%. Like it's just this is
Yeah,
better.
3 is
Like what is
a
the
little
advantage
pricey.
of the other
What's-
one? I don't
It's
understand.
two energy.
Oh, the energy. It's
Yeah.
increasing the energy cost. Okay. Man, if you feel like you can afford it when you get it, because like if you increase the cost and then you never get to play it, that's, you know, obviously not worth. But if you feel like you
Yeah,
can afford it, that feels way better.
it is.
More
Yeah.
damage, more insanity.
Do any nice upgrades?
Yeah, yeah, couple. One for each of them. Just getting more effects and whatnot put on them. I think we can probably just skip this, honestly. Unless you want to try and do like, we could probably take it too if you wanted, but I don't know. Ugh. I got stretch.
I got faith. I got faith.
Okay, boy.
It'll be a little tight. It'll be a little tight, especially because it's starting off. Like we should survive this first round just fine. We need to get some good block from our boy here.
Yeah, that would be nice. That's good. I like to see that early.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, it's too bad with the heavy metal you can't play it first because it's yeah, because you vanish. But I think that power slave is nice.
Why can't I play heavy metal first?
It'll get rid of your vanish. You'll do less damage with the other cards.
Oh yeah.
You can, but just, you know, does not seem like the move, if you know what I mean. Oh baby.
Yeah, for the 40% difference, not worth. I'll hit him with this. Oh, did we crack? Okay, there we go. That was super delayed.
All right, all right. Open with a water jet, probably. Get a little wet on
Yeah.
there.
We got 4 here. We'll do, yeah, 1 water jet.
I said we try and target
Wood.
like that second guy probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna
Or
put
the
some lead on
front
this
guy,
dude. See
maybe.
that
I
one?
don't know. Maybe the front guy. Maybe we target the front guy because honestly, I feel like the front guy is a better target because that second guy we probably won't kill either way because we only got this turn and 1 more before he goes again. But with
Second
the front guy,
dude.
we've got like everyone gets to go. I think that front guy we can definitely get him dead before his next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it also helps though if we've got
Now play the
if we've
conductor.
got
What are you
a
doing?
spark on him.
Count
Yeah,
your energy, boy. Yeah.
yeah,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, put the spark on the second guy because it helps
yeah.
with the front guy. Yeah.
Do some damage on him.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Not bad at all.
Let's see what we can do.
Man, Willie is hurting though. Maybe throw that barrier on him if you're feeling like it.
Yeah, not bad. So oh yeah, I don't know. I'd probably play the Song of Quickness, but maybe
Yeah, it's
not.
not
I don't know if it's a huge deal.
that's damage on this card really good though. I could kill front dude,
We can
or I
go
could
both,
hit
but yeah,
somebody else and put the K on him.
yeah, damage is pretty huge. You might be able, yeah, we might be able to get them out before they get another turn, both of them. Right, yeah, now we kill the mosquito. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Oh, you hit the mosquito, or you hit the shark with that sweeping strike. That might do pretty well. It won't quite get the dude on the left.
Nah, it'll
I
get
get
him,
this dude so
it'll
low
get him
though. I
poisoned
get
though.
right, yeah.
That's cool, that's cool. He might have a jump attack, and no, Spark's not an option, but yeah. Oh, no jump. Squall. I don't know. Is Squall worth? How much damage is Squall doing? It's
Kills
enough to
front
kill
dude,
the
second
two.
dude.
Yeah.
I could
If you did like Squall Discharge, is that gonna kill the second guy? I don't think so. Oh, it will.
It
Oh,
would,
dang.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I would do that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. Throw that to Nezzy. If you don't mind, I'll see if I can heal us up a bit.
You better actually fucking do something with it.
I'll do
Sorry,
something
not
with it.
aggressive.
You know, not sure exactly what that'll be, but it'll do something.
Panakia! Panakia. Damn, that's tough. All resistances minus 20%. Pretty brutal.
Dang, I really don't want to get rid of your insanity, but I like you need it. You need it. You need the healing. Yeah, you need the healing. Yeah, that's a big hit of his passive healing gone, but I still think that's the best healing we
13,
could
you
have.
got.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a substantial amount gone, but
Yeah.
it is worth.
Yeah.
Get really low.
Luckily, honestly, I think having Magnus go last here is good, because we can have Nezzy get one more turn, and then Magnus can finish him off. Probably. Let me check my deck.
Well, he's dead on turn anyway. End of turn, so do that.
Well, yeah, well,
Obviously, killing him
yeah.
before then's better. But...
yeah. Yeah. I think you probably leave it here for healing. Unless you're just going to buff us, yeah.
I'm just gonna I can give
Maybe
this.
give a card to Magnus. Yeah, you can give a damage card to Magnus
just to
and
make sure
guarantee
you're
that
gonna
he
get
can
it
do it.
done.
Yeah, that's good.
Look at
Gotcha.
that smart thinking, dude. Forward thinking here.
That's clever.
Just in case, whatever. We'll throw this on.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's my boy. Nice. Oh, good heal cards this time too. Hell yeah. You got only 3 energy though.
Yeah, I can't play all of them.
Just 24. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Not bad.
Actually.
Not bad.
And I would have gotten a card anyway. Screw you. I don't need your card.
Okay.
I don't need your card. Get out of here,
Whatever,
dude.
dude.
Get out of here with that.
It's a good card, man. It's a good card. It can hear you. You don't just come on, man.
Yeah, I'm sure it can. Dang. If I would ever get 7 energy, it'd be so worth, but I don't think I will ever get 7 energy.
So. Yeah, it's tough. Was that was that one monster?
It's all monsters. Like 30 damage, a shackle.
Yeah,
yeah, it's really good. What are you thinking here?
I would love to remove a card.
Yeah. Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. You know me, I love removing cards. It's like
Yeah,
one of my favorite
deck's getting a
things.
bit fat, and I just got so much trash in here I don't want.
Let's go. So silent, we're thinking fit. We're thinking hard, long and hard. This is not an
Yeah.
easy weekly challenge.
No, no, it's
No,
not. I would almost say it's probably one of the harder ones we've done.
I could say that. Yeah, yeah, easily
I'd say
up
it's harder
there.
than the healer, to
Oh
be
yeah,
honest. I don't know if that's crazy, but it
yeah.
seems
No, I
like
don't
it
think you're
is.
crazy. I'd say it's harder. The difference, I'd say the key difference is like the all healer run. We were never in jeopardy. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of like slogging through it. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I kind of want that card.
You do now, do you?
Mm, it's my deck at. I'm at 18. We do need damage, but I hate the back monster though, or any like where it tells me where I can play it. I hate that shit,
You can't just
especially on a
play it anywhere.
corrupted card. Yeah. What do you think?
I think I need to do something about the super glue. There's super glue going everywhere. Oh no. Oh no.
Why? Where's this? Why is the super glue at?
I got super glue out. Hang on, hang on. I'm gonna wipe it on this movie ticket for the Minecraft movie. I was my you know that you know what an aglet is? Aglets on like the ends of like the fabric in your
Shoe?
clothing. Huh?
Isn't that what you
But
call the end of a shoelace too?
yeah, like the plastic at the end of
Yeah.
your shoelace.
Yeah.
If you have like pants or sweatpants or whatever with like the
Yeah. Yeah.
straps, like a lot of
Yeah.
those pants will have metal aglets, but the metal aglet fell off. I was gluing it back on. It did not go all the way on. It kind of looks super derp now because the glue dried up too quick. But yeah, no, I don't know, man. It's risky with a boss fight, right? We
Yeah.
could
I'm fine on it.
probably do it, but it's risky. Is it really that good? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not. That's the answer.
Yeah, yeah. I need to get rid of that spike thing. Minecraft movie wasn't too bad, to be honest. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was funny at the very least. You know what I mean? I gotta say that much about it. It was a funny movie. Was it like I describe it like this. It's a movie with a Minecraft setting. It is not a movie about Minecraft. Like Minecraft just is secondary to the main plot. It just happens to be within Minecraft. So, say what you will from there. It's funny, and is it a good movie on its own? Like, just if you're being a critic and you're like, plot wise, movie wise, is it a good movie? It's okay. It's not the best movie in the world, but it's okay. And Minecraft wise, nostalgia wise, and stuff like that, it's great. Like, there's points where it feels kind of bad because there's like intentional, maybe not even intentional, but obvious and direct lapses where you're like, not even just like, oh, it doesn't work that way. For example, like the ghasts and how like the piglins are riding on the ghast with the whatnot, which are actually going to be in the game now with the new beta release. So that's really freaking cool. But like that part doesn't bother me. It's when they like show off something that clearly doesn't work, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to remember a specific example. It's when something works differently than how it actually works in the game, not an added feature, you know what I mean? Like it's, I don't know, kind of like for example, I remember a good example. Do I heal you here? I think I might heal you here. Yeah. The fact that piglins turn into zombie piglins if they're in the overworld too long. That's great. I love the fact that they included that. The problem is they create this way to make them not turn into zombie piglins by way of like a nether wart potion, right? Like in the movie. I'm trying not to spoil anything. I don't think that's spoilery, right? But obviously if you want them to follow them into, you have a big problem plot wise if the piglins just can't go into the overworld, right? Like a big problem, because then you just hang out in the overworld and you're fine forever, right? So they need a way around this, and thus they like very side-handedly, like not even like obviously or directly, like it's a very throwaway line where she's like, oh, you know, here, drink this nether wart potion so that you don't turn into a zombie, like a piglin in the overworld, right? And that part rubs me the wrong way, because I'm like, that's not a thing. They just made that up for plot convenience because they realize their plot is terrible, like, or not terrible, but like they have huge plot holes, so they invent this thing. And in most movies that's fine because the viewer doesn't have anything to compare it to. It's like, oh cool, you know, like that, of course this thing exists, you know what I mean? But because that doesn't exist in Minecraft, it rubs you the wrong way. And not only that, but like, can we get that in Minecraft? That would be great. Like, if you could brew a potion that allows you to bring piglins into the overworld, like then you wouldn't have to put your bartering farms in the nether, which I think a lot of, like, I think Mojang doesn't want to allow. But look at this, look at flat worlds, for example, right? I've never thought that it makes sense that zombie piglins spawn in the nether portals, right? Why not make them regular piglins, or at least have a chance at being regular piglins, and then you have a limited window to barter with them before they turn into zombified piglins. Now that's a big deal for gosh, what am I trying to say? It's a big deal for, I was gonna say flat world, but I don't think you can barter with, I think you can just go in the nether and flat world and barter anyways. I don't know.
Silence?
I'm just like why not, like why not,
okay.
Like it just rubs you the wrong way because it's not there, and now I want it, right? I wouldn't want everything. Like for example, the tater tot gun that's in the movie. That's a great, like, I think it's great. I think it's cool in the way it talks, it's just about creativity, right? And if someone from the real world went to Minecraft and had tater tots on them, a tater tot, like that, I get that. I don't think a tater tot gun should be added to the game, you know what I mean? I think that should be a movie only thing. But now you've got this weird line. I don't know, but all in all things considered, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Dude, the fact that they're all invis is super obnoxious. Oh, that's not good. Yeah.
Tough. Yeah.
Snow White is absolutely cooked. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it, and I have no plans on watching it, but I mean, just from what I know about it, it's I wouldn't expect it to be good. Like, at most, at absolute best, it's okay and as good as the original. It's not going to be better. Let me put it like this way. When they remade Aladdin and Lion King, I actually prefer the live action Aladdin. That might be a hot take. I think it's really good.
If you say you prefer the live action Lion King, I'm gonna come to your house and murder you.
However, the Lion King one, I
Okay,
watch it and
thank
I'm
you.
like, it's the exact same movie. Like you don't have actors. It's all CGI. They're all animals. Why would you make this live action? It's still not live action. It's still animated. It's just animated in a realistic style. Like, it's the same movie. It's the exact same movie, and they just made it again. Whereas when you have a live action thing like Aladdin, it's human characters. So I mean, sure, you could apply that to Snow White too. So maybe the Snow White one could be better as well. It's not, from what I've seen. I did see someone talking about why they do live actions and why they're on this kick. And don't get me wrong, a big point of it is for money. But I think another point of it is they're not, it's not just about recreating the movie, it's about recreating an experience. So like I mean, if you can and if you're old enough, think back to when you were a kid watching Aladdin, Lion King for the first time or whatever, and you loved it, right? And this new generation, they want to recreate these movies so that the new generation can feel that same thing. And sure, you could make a new movie for them, right? But the parents are always going to have like their own opinions and their nostalgia, so it scratches a nostalgia itch for the parents when they go to the movie theater, and it creates a new experience for the new generation. So like, I think it's fair. I think it's fair because at the end of the day, you can always just not watch it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're against live action remakes and you think it's BS and a cash grab, just don't watch it. You know what I mean? Like, just no one's making you
Yeah, but
go to the
you
theater.
can still criticize them for it.
Yeah, right?
It's still very
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world though. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like, I don't think it is only, you know me, I'm the first person to call out a company for being terrible. And I don't think it's, you know, great. I don't think it's creative or anything like that, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I don't think it's like the only reason they did this was for money. I think they can have other reasons. And I definitely think money is part of it, but it's always going to be part of it. We live in America. So,
Well, dude, any country that has a company, of course, money's going to be part of it. That's how companies work. Not just America, you know what I mean?
fair enough. I mean, yeah, any company with capitalism.
Any company
What's
with
up, Barton?
capitalism.
Welcome to the stream. It's been a while, dude. It has been a while. They added the Minecraft movie as a Bedrock Marketplace mod. Yeah, I saw that as well. That is actually really cool, to be honest. In my opinion, I think it's really cool. That they did that. And I mean, I was kind of expecting that, to be honest with you. But I think it's cool nonetheless. Yep. Willie the
Rick
Burr.
and Frick, man, we still might be okay here, though.
We'll be fine. We'll survive.
Should be.
So just focus on damage, something like that right there first, while you're still stealthed, unless you have something that gives you stealth.
Well, does stealth gives me plus 40% heal too? I guess that 2 health.
Bro,
doesn't
just
make a
focus on
huge
damage.
difference,
I don't
but-
think it's gonna make a difference. I think if you die, you'll die either way. You know what I mean? Plus, at the end of this, we'll have the ability to purge our decks and whatnot, and we'll heal max. So, what's up? What is up, Barton? Everyone chatting around. Now people exist. I bet you Timp and Cam were probably watching for a while now. Maybe Cam wasn't. I don't think I've seen Cam yet in the chat, and they're just being silent. But Barton be here. Someone should make the add-on from Bedrock a Java mod, because it would be very fun. I mean, it would. I'd be kind of surprised if there weren't people already working on that. That's all gonna go away, isn't it? Yep. Nice. We did it. Yeah, aren't you glad we didn't take the corruption there?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Give me a decision here.
Yeah, you
Do I
take
go
that regular
debilitate?
debilitate, or do you take the upgraded debilitate? Such
Right.
a
Yeah,
tough
that's
decision.
the question here. I don't know if I can take any of them, man. I mean, I guess I can upgrade it to monster, but that's gonna be
I mean,
four.
the
My deck's
upgraded
already priced,
debilitate
dude.
is absolutely better. Um, other
Well,
than
yeah, but
cost.
I might just take the 175 shards. Yeah. My deck's too big already.
Get that big old deck.
Dude, you already know. Every day I'm walking around with a big old deck. That Orb of Storms is nice. Happy to see that.
That is pretty nice. Do you take that greater mana potion?
I was thinking about it. Dream Sphere's not bad
I
either,
think that's better
though.
than your corrupted bell. Just combat start one
I think so
stanza.
too, but I don't know if the difference between the Corrupted Bell and Greater
Mm,
Mana Potion is bigger than the Dream Sphere and Dagger difference.
fair enough. Dream Sphere all damage +1. Right out the gate. Dream Sphere is better. Like right.
Than the Dagger, yeah.
Reduce the cost of
But then
the
also,
highest
yeah.
cost in your hand every 2 turns. I don't know, man. Dang,
So
every 2 turns
everything
you're getting
three or
extra
more
energy.
goes.
Or well, think about greater mana potion, right? As soon as that kicks in once, it's gonna start stacking because you're getting energized and energy, right? So all you're doing is like your first turn isn't buffed, but by your second turn it's buffed plus your third turn's buffed, and then your fourth turn is buffed plus your fifth turn's buffed. You know what I mean? Like it's every single turn except your first one.
Mhm.
You're getting an extra energy. Oh, the story time thing, dude. You just tell us a story or something. Yeah, pretty much. Tell you a story, either funny or interesting, or I don't know, something like that. Of something that happened in my life. I actually have a story that kind of happened pretty recently. It's a quick little story. About a week ago, that I would probably tell if you redeemed it. Because in my head, just the cost of the highest cost blank card in your hand by 2 until discarded. Yeah, not bad though, huh? Right? I think I'm gonna take it.
That's what I'm saying. I would
I'll say
take
this
it,
much
yeah.
though: if you just get me talking, I tell stories kind of all the time, anyways.
Dude, don't tell him that, bro.
So
You gotta
yeah,
get his
you can
points.
probably get me talking and just telling you stories even without that. What do you think we do here? Resistance and damage.
Yeah.
We need to remove a card here, right? We've got injuries.
Yeah. Dude, it sucks. I want to craft some cards. I don't like any of my shit.
Yeah, I was ready to craft too, but we need to remove, dude. And get that crap out of here. It needs to be gone. You once were a vegan, but now you will be gone.
Oh, you get two per here. Okay, I didn't realize that. That's nice.
Ah, probably should have gotten rid of the bluff there, huh? My bad. My bad. You added the highly requested karaoke I see as well. Yes, actually, we've had quite a few karaoke's redeemed since added that. I think I've sang, was it Fallen Kingdom, the Captain Sparkles Minecraft parody, and where we go. Ooh.
I think we got to go bottom again. We get the corrupted bell. Plus the, I think we go.
We could kind of go middle here, hit that divination.
Go second to bottom.
That, like,
yeah,
right.
and then you make your way
and
to
then,
that.
Yeah, make our way through. That works for me. I sang our is it not our song? Love Story last time by Taylor Swift last stream. That was a lot of fun.
Dude, sure that Xander ice comet is ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, it's expensive though. Put one shatter into your hand.
You get a shatter on top of that.
Yeah.
For free.
I mean, yeah, that is. I mean, but will you ever have 8 energy? That's the biggest thing, right? Like, cause sure, it's worth it because it's 2 cards. Shatter costs like 3, so the Ice Comet's only 5. That's so ridiculously good. But if you never even have 8 energy to play it, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My average cost is so low with him though, and I do have a mana gem plus a scroll of intellect. What's this challenge even? Every round also offers sponsors 5.
Oh, that's gonna be kind of. Oh, it'll go away at the end of our turn, but that's gonna do 50% increased damage. I don't think it's worth it. I think we just skip this corruption. Just try and make our way to the boss here. Get the card, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Kind of one of the supplies, honestly, because if we're gonna hit that corrupted thing later.
You can't sell supplies in
well,
the challenge.
You can, when I say supplies, I don't just mean the Tau supplies. I mean the 500 shards and 500 gold that came with it.
Well, you know, that's called materials, so. So when you say supplies,
I guarantee if you look up synonyms to supplies, you will find.
Yeah, but it's not about synonyms. It's about the fact that one is literally called supplies and the others are literally called materials. Even though they are synonymous.
Or does it say they're called materials?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're literally called that.
Literally called supplies, though. Yeah, right? Golden shards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh. They're not. What up, Landon? Welcome back to the stream. It's good to see you, my dude. Nice.
Got him super low.
Yo, that quickness or not?
Nah, dude, F the quickness, dude. I need that.
Yo, get him dead. Definitely get him dead.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fun to play Rust with you if you get it. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely not getting it anytime soon. I don't have money. Something you should know. But I'm like open to it. You know what I mean? It seems like a fun game. Can put it on my list and maybe one day I'll get it. Who knows? Don't play it. It's not worth.
Did I ask you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You must have forgotten because of your dementia.
That must be it.
Six energy coming up.
bad, not bad. What's that exploit openings do? Oh, it's only front.
Yeah,
Stuff. Would have been nice speed hits I can do with that.
it would have been really nice. Yeah,
Would have been.
I probably didn't even need to do that because my wolf guard. Oopsies. Will you still be here at noon? 12 o'clock. You're gonna have to put that in a time frame reference, because to me it is. It's already past noon. It's past 12. So, I don't know what you mean. I'm assuming you mean 40 minutes from now. I'm just gonna assume that, but I don't know. And the answer is probably yes. I usually stream for at least 4 hours, so we're probably about halfway through the stream at this point, if not less than halfway. So just let him die. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calm with this part.
That's the one. Do it. Do it. Do it. Landon says do it as well.
He said, "Do it. Let's go.
He
Let's
said
go,
do it.
Landon."
Yeah. Landon knows. He knows what's up. There we go. Let's go. Do you make money off of YouTube? Not quite yet. I'm actually almost at the point where I'll make money off of YouTube ads. I think I'm at 470 subs, and once we hit 500, I'll have the ability to monetize and make ad revenue.
Should be about 6 cents.
Yeah,
6
I
cents a
mean,
video?
I'll make like
Maybe.
$1 a month, if that. If that. Like that could be wishful thinking, because honestly, I have no idea what to expect. But not yet, not quite yet. But we're on our way, and we're very close. So. Yeah, it is kind of crazy saying you have to. The other thing you have to do for for monetization on YouTube is like 3,000 watch hours or whatever. 3,000 watch hours in the past year or something like that. I'm at like 2.7 or something like that, which is crazy to me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, just hours of content that people are watching. I'm like, bro, well, okay, wild. You gonna shuffle these?
Yeah, what are you watching?
There's
I
no
guess this
way.
one doesn't
There's
even matter,
absolutely
yeah.
no way we follow them. Yeah. Nice.
Start.
Nice. honestly, we can remove them. So if we get him out of the game, that's fine by me.
Which one was that? How many shards
Golden,
was that?
golden shards. I think it's just a basic one, but I know where it is.
It's the second column. Well, not top row.
No,
Second
so
column.
it's no, it's second row, third column is where the gold is.
Second row, third column, okay.
First column, second row
Last
is where the
row, so-
grace is.
You're up.
Oh, okay, okay. Dang.
Which was the one you found?
Try clicking second row, third column. I can't remember if, because I know that's one of them. I can't remember if that's. No, it's not the upgraded
Okay,
one.
well, we know where both of those are then.
Okay, try. I think 3-3, third column, third row. Okay, boom. That's. Oh, wait a minute.
No,
No,
what a
it's okay.
flop.
I still remember where it
What
is.
a
The other one's here, and then
Yeah,
it's
but we
right
still
next
could
to
have
it,
had-
directly
we
to the
haven't
right.
ever-
Directly,
never
bro.
had-
What are you fucking doing,
I
bro?
wasn't looking at that.
It's
You fucked
you're
up
such
first,
a fool.
dude. You
First
fucked up.
row, third column, or yeah, first row, third column.
Yeah, that
Bro,
was
we
brutal.
only get 8 turns. We could have gotten 2, bro. That's brutal.
Yeah, and two, we could have 3 if you didn't mess it up the first time. So I think it evens out.
I don't think you would have caught me anyways if I had said that out loud. I think you'd have been like, yeah, because you don't follow this stuff.
I got you, dude. Yeah, we'll also play another game.
Epic flop on the second one. I think you. I don't think you would have caught it anyways.
I would have caught it, dude, for sure. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not even watching.
Exactly.
I watched the first.
You think
the
I don't
first,
know that?
and then-
I mean, I don't think I really need that. That toxic blob's gonna wreck us. I think we skip it here. Can you give a shout out to my brother? He has YouTube, but like 3 subs. His YouTube is _twins, all lowercase. I mean, I can't. Just did that. Just did it. Boom. I mean, I probably won't put something like that in one of my videos. It's just not kind of the style of the videos and whatnot. I don't mind doing it right here on Twitch, on YouTube right now, or on stream and whatnot. You know what I mean? I will say this much: I don't know what type of content he posts, right? So
could be exposing yourself to a tough situation.
Yeah, exactly. But I did just read the name out loud, so if people want to check it out, there it is. No worries, man. It helps. He does Roblox content. Fair enough. I mean, even though Roblox content could still be a variety of different things. There's things on Roblox that are like the definition of kid friendly, and then there's things on Roblox that are the definition of not kid friendly. So you don't know, right? You know what I mean? Could be a ton of things. But yeah, I don't mind. I mean, there you go. I'll tell you this much too. He does mostly horror Roblox. Gotcha. I'll tell you this much too. Even if I did like try and promote that channel, you'd probably get at most 1 or 2 subs. Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not that big of a streamer, right? Or not that big of a content creator. Mostly because I just do this casually anyways, you know what I mean? It's not, don't expect to make a career out of it. Don't really, I don't know. I've thought about it a lot. If I ever had the chance to do it professionally, I don't think I would. Mostly just because I do it because it's fun. And if it was my job, then I would have obligations to it and specific things, and it could suck the fun right out of it. So I don't think I would. Not full time, at least. I don't mind making money from it. That's nice, but I don't think I'd make it a full-time job, 9 to 5. You know what I mean? No worries, man. Be right back. See you later, man. Thank you for stopping by. Tim says, nuh-uh. You're a big streamer.
What a guy.
Sitting at 5 viewers. What a guy. 108 followers. How can you not think that I'm a huge streamer. Everyone, you go down the street and be like, yeah, I was watching the Ace stream. Like, oh, you watch Ace? I'll watch Ace too. And it's like everyone watches Ace. Such a big streamer.
You see his last merge drop, you know.
I'm
He
always
got his
dropping the
nudes leaked.
merch. Leaking nudes.
Mhm.
Is it really a leak if I did it on purpose?
True. Well, yeah. Something was leaky. That's all I know.
in the picture? Is that what you're talking about? What?
Nah, take it as you want. You should switch your Twitch bio to that.
Something was leaky.
No, selling merch, leaking nudes.
That's, yeah, sounds about right. Both of which are just not true. just straight lying all up over
I'm
the.
sure that'd really curate to your Minecraft audience. I'm sure people
It
would
probably
love
would, yeah, it probably would. Wouldn't get banned or anything like that.
that. No, you're good.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Dude, I
That's
have
the
8
thing.
right here.
Is I never intended for the channel to be like a Minecraft channel or anything like that. It's just a channel, and I'll post whatever I want on it. The thing is, right now, all I really care to post is in creative tutorials. But I've had some thoughts of like other things that I might do one day, probably not in the near future, maybe the far future. But I'm like, I feel like I'd have to say, like at the start of the video, like, yes, I know this is not Minecraft related in any way. I don't care. like if you're here for the in creative tutorials, great. They'll still be here. But if you don't like your subscription page being flooded with content like this, then unsubscribe. I wouldn't be offended, because I'm not gonna stop posting this type of stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I will say the Terraria series that we're planning on doing, Zan, I don't think it needs that. Like Terraria and Minecraft are so closely associated, even if they're not the same game at all. Anyways, I don't think people would be surprised or upset about it.
Yeah.
What's some things? I'm trying to remember what I was thinking of that would even be that I felt like would warrant that, but I don't know. I can't remember. You graduate in May, right? Like early mid-May?
Yeah, early to mid. I think
Yeah.
like first 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. Right on, man. Yeah, the people watching, we're planning on doing a Terraria series with my buddy Xander here. When he gets out of college, because he's never played before.
I've played before.
Well, okay, yeah, sure,
I've never
but
played solo. Or never done like a real run.
I'm like,
so.
okay, yeah, tell me the first boss.
I don't remember, dude. I
Exactly.
Fought him,
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah. I may as well not have though. Yeah, that's what
yeah. So I think it'd be fun to try and take him through without telling him anything and just see how much he can figure out on his own and do a series like that on YouTube. So that'll probably be coming over the summer.
But if we gotta get up to some hulu shenanigans this summer, I think.
Yeah, I mean, got the house
Get
myself.
get the cannon
Come
out.
over and hang out in the pool. Wow, that's so obnoxious. Wow, we went from doing just fine to in dire straits really quickly. Jeez. Get the shot. We need to start killing people, like getting them out of the of the game. That's good.
Mhm.
Oof. Oh wow, that's not good. That's like terrible. That's so bad.
Anyway, I was thinking we could start doing a thing every day before the elementary school's out while I'm out. And I was thinking we'd hang out around some local bus stops. Um, and then while kids are waiting to get on the bus, we'll shoot them with the cannon.
They shoot with a 12-ounce can. Bro, that's absolutely not where I thought you were going with that. Bro,
Yeah.
it's so funny. Yeah, it's actually a good idea.
That's what I was thinking, man. Yeah. We got to get that thing out together. That was fun. I had to leave right after,
That
but
was super fun.
dude, that was one of the funniest moments in a while for me is when I was all hyped to shoot it out of the air. And I was like, everyone was stoked for it. You know, we're all ready, epic setup. And he shoots it, and then it just goes like half a mile immediately.
Yeah,
Like it's just
yeah,
way
it's
out of the
gone.
possibility. Yeah.
You left
That was
before he
so good.
busted out the clays, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
He has like
I
a
did.
a manual launcher, like one that you like you put it in,
I've
and you
seen
just
those,
flick
yeah.
it with your hand, right? And
Yeah.
first off, that thing was so hard to aim because not only was there like tree coverage, but it was just not the easiest thing in the world to aim, anyways. And Jacob was launching him, and like the first couple, he hit I can't remember his name, hit the dude right in the like butt, like in the back, like he's like, oh my
Yeah.
bad, just like over and over again. It's so
That was
funny,
funny as
dude. Yeah. Yeah,
And we're going to Elk Creek soon too, right?
huh?
We're going to Elk Creek soon too, huh?
Yeah, we got to. Yeah, for sure.
We'll have to play. We have to set that up. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I got some ammo too now.
nice.
How many people is like a good group to go with?
Look, I would say like 2 or 3 is like as however many you'd want, but you could go with 4 or 5. But anything more than 5, and it's like you're just sitting there waiting like for so long. Like
Yeah.
6,
Yeah.
I would say, like if you really wanted to push it, you could do 6. But after 6, you couldn't even fit them all in the same golf cart. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think yes. Yeah, it'd be good. Be good stuff. Good stuff.
But I think 3-4 is ideal.
Okay, we could even just run a
Going
3-man.
going
then.
with just 2 isn't bad either. It's like
Yeah.
it's not bad, you know.
I guess takes down the cost a little bit if you got a couple extra people at least for the golf cart. That's it, I guess, right? You pay it's just per person.
Yeah, well, like you're sharing the golf cart, right? You just like rent a golf cart, and then if you bring your own ammo, the only other thing you pay for is like the clays on the course. You know what I mean?
Or just admission. Right? I guess that's
It's not admission.
well, it's like $50, so that's what I'm saying. Like,
Sure.
I'm assuming that's not. There's no shot. That's all clays. Clays are cheap as hell.
Yeah, I mean they're
guess
raising the
that's-
cost. They're not charging you by the
Yeah,
clay. You
well,
know what I
you
mean?
yeah,
But it's
yeah.
like, so it's
You
like,
just pay
oh,
for
you know, there's
everything.
2 of us, and we're gonna, 2 people, 50 shots, on the intermediate course, and it's like, okay, boom, this is the like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
And then you go on the course, and it is what it is. But yeah, it's pretty fun. It's yeah. Woo.
I'm excited. I am excited. We can make a day out of it too. Like, how long does it take?
That's what I like to do, is make a day out of it, you know.
Yeah. Well, I was even thinking too, if we wanted to, if we did that, like, if we win an open or something, we could head to Lexington for a bit and get up to some stuff here. Maybe go to get some food or something.
Possibly.
If it doesn't take like a full 8 hours. Oh shit, we got a level up.
It doesn't. I'd say if we do like, it depends on how many people you bring out there, but if you bring like 3 people and you do like 50 clays, I think it takes like 2 maybe 3 hours.
Okay.
But like
okay.
4 people and immediately it's like 3 to 4 hours, you know what I mean? Like yeah, just it starts taking longer. And dang, I don't know what we do here. Because, I mean, Nezi's healing could use a boost.
Could also use damage boosts.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. But then we could just do Generalist as well.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know what this would do. You know what I mean? Like, what do we get? Is it like a single card? I feel like we're gonna just get a single card, right? So I think we just do Generalist. Because I think 1 card isn't enough for any individual to, like, be offset. Maybe they could give us a perk, but I don't know.
It's not super clear that you don't get the generalist path too. I assume that's it, but just reading this, it doesn't really make that obvious.
I'm assuming that's exactly what it is. Only one person gets thing, right? But it does kind of imply that like the rest would get Generalist. But
I continue this, but also
no way that's the case. There's no way.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so it's +1 damage done plus. Okay, I see what it's doing. Yeah, fair enough. No, I think that was probably the best move there. 50 50. What do you think? He's risking it, guys.
I'm risking it, dude.
Cross some fingers.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
That is brutal. That price increased by 30%. That was horrible, dude.
Yeah, that was no good. That was no good.
Gosh, that was terrible.
Bang, hit a 68% on 70.
Nice.
I'd love to see that.
Hit a 1%er. Let's go.
Let's go.
Nice. Dude, I did one that I was like, I actually would be very upset if I lost this card. But the upgrade is so good. You have like 100 shards left?
I don't know yet.
If you got them, throw me them. Would love an extra 100 shards. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Ooh,
I'm sure you would.
I do want to stretch. Here, how about this? I'll give you 200 gold for 100 shards.
I want your dog shake gold.
Come on, buddy.
Dude, I hit a 99% fail and just lost my You owe me. Just kidding, it's fine. But if I need some in the future. Oh, I gave you gold back. Oh man.
Let's hit it.
Dude, I lost my zap.
Boom. 25 on a 60%er.
I got a 99%. I've never hit.
Don't worry. All we gotta do is this one combat with these injuries. I'm gonna remove them all. I think we skip it. So we definitely skip it. That toxic sludge.
We do, but that last hand is nuts, man. Feel 3 from your drop pile and put them in your hand, all 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, but that toxic blob's gonna murder us so quick, dude. It's not good,
yeah.
dude.
And each of them, yeah, it's gonna be too much, too high of a risk.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah. New turn for Maggie. Let's do it. I think we get that front guy out of here because he's going to be applying poison. It's going to be so dangerous.
Oh, I'm scared of a little poison. Oh my.
Just call me a homo?
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's
You
kind
got
of
me.
homophobic.
I didn't say anything was wrong with it. I was
I
just
mean,
informing
it's
you.
right there with the implication.
I think that's a you problem. I think you have a negative
No, I
connotation
think
for
you.
homosexuality.
I think it was, you know, the way you said it, right? Because you
Nah,
made
I
fun
mean,
of me and then called me a homo, as if
well, I was saying it
you were
as
making
a
fun of me
redemption.
because of that.
I was saying it as a redemption. I was saying like, well, you know, luckily for you, you're gay, so I'll keep you around.
Okay.
Um, but
Okay. I believe you.
I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. Oh, void memory. Oh no.
You suck, dog.
What am I gonna do?
I don't know. Not much that you can do. I
What the
know,
hell?
right?
What was that? Oh, that's my discard, wasn't it? Was that my discard?
I don't know. It's gone now.
Yeah, that's my discard. Tough. What a waste. Well,
What a fool you are.
not like I'll be low on energy anyway. Just could have snagged this one.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna do. I was like, he's gonna give it to himself.
Double
Watch.
energy.
Watch.
I thought about it, but oh, I got a nasty upgrade on Gus. I don't know if you saw that. That level up for Gus was all of my damage is now mind damage, and I get +2 mind damage. And then every
pretty good.
turn, I get the ethereal knives, which is all monsters apply 3 insanity and 3 mind. So pretty good for our setup here, I think.
That is actually really good. Yeah. You want to scry?
You can scry. Scry. Yeah, scry. Yeah, okay. Okay.
6 damage coming up, or 6 energy coming up. That poison flask, poison catalyst could go freaking
It's
hard.
nasty. That's 5.
Yeah. It's quite the combo. That crescendo's not bad though.
Shit, that's not bad either. Yeah. See what we get. So what's the multiple on how much we heal from the insanity?
I think it's like 10% for all sight charges, 20% for all insanity. Maybe I got that backwards. Hang on, let me check. 20% for all insane, 10% for all sight. Oh, I nailed it. Yeah, for all sight charges, and I picked up Mind Devour perk on my level up, so it happens twice. So it's kind of more like 40% for all insane, 20% for all sight, because it happens twice back to back. I wish it was that one applied at the start and one applied at the end. That would be so nice, but it's not the case.
But that math's just not adding up for me.
What do you mean?
Like, look how many insanity charges we have in play right now.
Yeah.
Got a lot.
We healed like a good 30 off of it.
Much. Really?
We healed about 30, 40.
Why did Trey activated? Mind Devour is the one that does it the second time, but that one did not hit as much. Like Wilbur only got. Oh, okay, I guess he was at
because he's full health.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
So it did 12 heal for the first, and then 15 for the second. So 27. Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, we need to get that first guy out of here. He's gonna hit us with poison. He's gonna wreck us. I guess we have one more turn before he. I guess he's not that big of a deal looking at his cards.
Not that bad, yeah.
But if he hits us with the poison and rust
And
combo, he's gonna annihilate us. Did you double first? What is wrong with you, dude?
Dude, I was looking at the card while I did it.
Bro.
That's unfortunate. We can
Straight
restart
up
if we
wasted
need to.
2 energy. Dude, what a misplay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'd be kicking myself right now. I'd be freaking pissed.
That's unfortunate.
Dude,
It is what I
that
mean.
would
It's
suck.
not like we know if we lose it or something bad happens, we can restart and
Yeah.
get that back. It's not the end of
Yeah.
the world. It's annoying though,
Wow.
for sure. Do I pull Nezia? That would get him only to second. I
No, it
pull Wilbur
applies. The speed is 2, right? It said pull me to 6. I think that'd pull me like right after you, right?
right after.
Right? Am I mistaken?
Plus
Because
2
each
per
one of
charge.
those
Yeah, that'd be
is
plus
2,
6.
right?
So you'd be
Yeah.
at 16,
So I'd be
yeah.
right. Yeah. It's not a bad idea considering how weak we are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll run that.
Yeah. It's a tough one. Yeah, so they were healed 47. Dude, how is that front guy about to pop on darkness? That's crazy. We're not even spec'd for dark.
Yeah, I know. I was noticing that. That's what I was looking at when I threw the wrong poison card.
I need to start specking up mind on the second guy. Insane, because we're about to lose the majority of our insane.
It's dead almost though. I don't know how worth it is to stack on the second dude.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Stack on like the last chick
He's
or
dead at the end of
something.
this turn.
Not quite.
Oh, no, not quite. Damn, it said it did 48 though. How much do you have?
Enough, apparently. Okay, it's good that Nezzy goes before that front guy, because then we'll at least get one more heal off of his insane. But we need to start stacking on the back too. I play that far shot.
Oh, I'm reading. Hold on. I'm looking at the combat log here. I'm just curious.
Power slave.
Alright.
I still up with power shot or far shot though.
Yeah, far shot first. Let me power slaves song. Let me get that back.
Don't try not to kill that guy, because he's gonna come in clutch with healing Magnus before the end of the. I'd be careful about that. Look at you. Didn't matter at all. Did
Not
absolutely
bad.
nothing because that chick's about to die anyways. But
Now she's double dead, dude.
yeah, she's double dead
Double
now.
dead.
Yeah. If you can get that second one, like at 1 health but not dead, that'd be ideal. No, actually, all you have to do. No, honestly, you can just end your turn and they're both dead anyways, because the spark will jump to her and she'll die probably. Hang on. Yeah, you can just end your turn, and when the green guy goes, the boatswain, then it will kill both of them.
Kill both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So can I apply in mind?
It'll
without
be at the end of
killing
this
him?
turn.
I can't apply anymore without killing anyone, but I can throw this
You
healing
can hit this
out.
one now. This puts 5 on monsters. Next on the spell.
It's
You
for
don't
my
have a
next
spell,
spells.
do you?
Yeah.
You have a healing spell.
So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna play my healing spells, and then end turn, and then yeah, boom. We are min-maxing to the max. Shoo!
Not doing too bad here for how kind of weird this lineup is.
I don't think removing one card is worth, because once we do this boss fight, we'll get to a town and we'll want to remove again, and there we can only remove 2. So I say we just hang on to these for now. You gonna forage? I thought we were gonna get
So 70%.
maybe craft a card or something.
We could craft a card. We could craft a card. I'll if you want a 50-50, that's fine. I would say if you're gonna pick something, I'd go craft a card. Oh, maybe
Craft
we
a card
could
costs shards. I don't really have any shards though.
we could maybe do Gus's guaranteed look for shards though. It's
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
Get wrecked.
that's what I wanted.
No, you got wrecked. Just so you know.
Oh,
you,
I
haven't,
only, did you get him?
you haven't won a single one of these. Yeah,
Did
I
you
got
get him?
him.
Or did
I got him.
Okay.
I don't want
That's
that
not
card.
bad.
It's not bad, but I don't want
Get
it.
the. Well, I meant the
Dude,
challenge.
I will say, well, too late now. I was gonna say this is it though. Like if we lose here, we gotta restart just for the deck. Like this is it. This is the only reason we're doing
Well, yeah,
this.
dang. Come on,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah. You gotta finish stuff though. Have you seen that back chick?
Yes, that is the boss you have to fight to unlock Thul's, right? Or is she hanging
Is it?
upside down? I don't know. Could be wrong.
I don't know either.
When I was looking at her up on the
Does it
top,
look
I was
familiar?
like, I don't recognize that chick. But seeing her now with like the webs, I think I recognize it, but I don't know.
That's not webs, buddy. I hate to tell you.
That
See a thought. Sorry.
that is definitely webs.
You didn't get what I was saying, but it's
No,
cool.
no, I got exactly what you were saying, but it's webs. I
Alright,
did.
buddy.
I did. I know what you mean. I know what you were going for. You're saying it was rope, not webs. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Shooting
Yeah.
ropes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the one.
It's not worth
Come
playing
on, man.
now.
Taco's watching. Keep it PG. Okay, I don't even think he's watching. That's a little joke at Taco's
I didn't say
expense.
anything, dude. It's just a little innuendo.
He
As
wouldn't
I
have
said,
understood what you were
yeah,
going for
he wouldn't
anyways.
have.
Yeah, he wouldn't have gotten it.
Damn,
Nice.
and I have a lightning.
No, I think the only other one you
when-
played vanished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So checked, whatever. No biggie.
This barrier is the thing you gave me money for. It's pretty nice, huh?
It's fine. It's actually very mid.
Yeah, but I was just gonna remove it from my deck otherwise. So now I get a little bit of healing off of it. Now it vanishes when I play it. It's all really good things. Really good things.
It's fine things. It's alright things.
Todd.
Yeah, I need to rewatch it. Need to give it another shot. Not another shot, like I didn't like it, but another
Yeah,
shot, like
yeah.
my 5th time watching it.
Yeah, something like that. No, I've been rewatching. I'm gosh, where am I at right now? Todd just became, they're filming Filbert right now. Todd just became
Give me something else.
the leader of the what time is it right now.com.
What time
and
is
the
it right now?
CEO or
Yeah,
whatever.
that's a
Yeah.
pretty fun one. Has he
Yeah.
have the robot yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun
Getting to the
little
robot.
bit of the show.
Oh, they just purged
That was
themselves. That's
probably like the
really
lightest part of the part of the show, I think. It's like there's like nothing really. What? Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, right up until the end. That's what I was saying. Like I was like, I know they're building to like a horrible thing.
What's the end? Is that when Bojack's off the perks?
I think it's when he's because he's trying to like stop drinking when he just starts doing like a bunch of like
Yeah.
other medicines and drugs to like cope with it. And and no, and the whole
Does that
time
one-
he's and the whole time he's he's trying to quote unquote like help. What is his co-star like? Gina, is that her name?
Yeah, and then he
But he's
chokes
just
her.
yeah. It's like but he's just hurting constantly. And it's like you're not actually like I think that's the highlight of this or like the message or point that's highlighted throughout this season is the fact that it's like even when he wants to help for himself. Like it's not because he actually wants to help, it's because he wants to feel good about the fact that he tried to help. You know what I mean? Doesn't actually like he's not actually thinking about what they want. He's just still doing whatever he wants to make himself feel good.
Yeah, it's in pursuit of his own feelings for sure.
Yeah. Damn. Todd.
Yeah, I think maybe the most heartbreaking part of that show to me, in a way, as much as there's so much, right? But I think it's just so brutal how, even though you know it's coming, but you just see BoJack doing so well when he becomes the acting teacher.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It seems like he's finally pulling his life together. He really cares about his sister. You know, he's doing good stuff, and then it catches back up to him.
Yeah. Waiting on you, buddy.
I am waiting on this urine to come out of my window. That's where it's stored, if you didn't know.
Expel that urine faster, dude. Expel it faster.
All right. Oh, dude, Gus is dead, bro. Come on. Wilbur's dead, too.
No, he'll heal up, but it's he might die.
I mean, it's not great.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Dude, this Bacta keeps purging herself. Like the amount of purge they have is ridiculous. That's the problem.
I think we go for third dude here, right? Or, yeah, third.
I guess.
Second dude's dead. Dude's the lowest who we can actually have a chance at taking here. I've got tons of energy at least.
Play the Squall first, I guess, just to kind of remove some of that evade. What up, Landon? Welcome back.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, they've got one more evade.
Yeah. Bro, I think you give the scroll to Nezzy, see if we can, because healing is going to be so important.
For sure. That's the only thing, yeah. Come on, man. Come on. Heal me up, buddy. Heal me up. Do that. You got 4 you could hit. Okay.
Man. I'll play it. It's not like it's costing energy. Next turn might be the last. Oh my god. Oh, I haven't ended my turn yet. I was like, how are you still at 6 health? Dude, what the heck? But I haven't ended my turn.
Yeah.
That's why.
Maybe you hit that.
Insane
Is that a buffer? Or is that
it's a buffer, yeah.
Maybe throw it on Wilbur here. That'd be bad.
Okay, yeah, that's good healing.
Yeah, that was really solid. Keeps me in it for now, at least.
Yeah.
We kill second dude.
I think that
really
second guy's just
here.
stacking sharp up on himself. We need to get him dead.
Yeah.
It's gonna become a problem over time.
Dude, why do
And
they keep
she's gonna keep
freaking
paralyzing the
paralyzing
middle
you?
hero. I don't think he's gonna get a turn, dude. Oh my gosh, and they keep replacing the guys we kill. It's so freaking obnoxious. It's not good, dude.
And then of course he's got a taunt on too. So
Yeah.
okay.
It's not good.
We gotta slow her down or something, or speed us up, or
And like I said, she keeps purging herself. Like, it's just
yeah.
obnoxious AF. Like, it's so obnoxious. The amount of purging they're doing. Yeah, she's either shackling or like shackling all of us or freezing one of us every turn.
At least I can play this time. Good lord, dude.
Is that a different spider?
Yep.
It's at full health and the taunt's back up.
Yep.
Wow, she's just gonna keep doing this every round, isn't she?
Think so.
This is obnoxious. This is so freaking obnoxious.
And of course now, yeah. Whatever.
Don't bother.
Dude, I've got so much energy.
Yeah, but you'll have more next round. Play the Tesla coil and leave it at that.
But this way, if I kill him, you can apply.
Fair
You can
enough.
apply
Yeah, fair
insane
enough. Yeah,
to,
I see what
like,
you're
the
saying.
front
Yeah,
move.
get the taunt
Yeah.
out of there because I couldn't apply anything
Yeah.
anyways. Yeah, that's a good catch. Probably for the best.
Are you sure? And try to get that insane on the front, dude, so that she can't keep purge. She won't keep purging it.
Dang, everyone's above 50. We're gonna heal like Mopo. Guess I'll give this to Maggie. I got 3 energy coming up. Probably should have kept the intercept and got rid of the block, but it is what it is. Or the bluff.
So what did she do here? She random hero cocoon. Oh yeah, so random hero is getting paralyzed again. It's gonna be me, guaranteed. Oh well.
No, that's good. It's like as long as it's not Nezzy, because
Yeah.
we need him to have a turn to
Yeah.
heal.
Well, it would. Yeah. Yeah. I guess it wouldn't even just end his turn and count. Ba-dum-bum.
Yes.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Patatad.
Da-da-da-da. Maybe that wasn't the best to put that on you, but whatever. Nice, big hit.
So I'm gonna hit her with
Big
that
hitter.
while I can. Yeah.
Yeah, if Gus was still
Hopefully
here,
she
all of
doesn't
his
purge
damage would
anymore
be
because that's
gone.
insane mind resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took Gus out so soon. Gus would have annihilated her in combo with like how much
Mhm.
insane we have right now. The insane's really good though because like her damage done is minus 70%, 69% actually, even better.
Yeah, it's true. It's good stuff. Oh, speed us up, brother. I guess it's not gonna really matter that much because we're shackled.
Yeah,
But-
and slowed as well.
Yeah, we still speed you up a bit. You'll go a second. next round.
I probably should have put that on Nez. He's the only one with Fortify. It is what it is.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, get this front guy so that he's dead on his turn, and stack up lightning so it'll spark back to the back chick. Hit the hit the front guy. That's what it just said.
I heard what you said. I just didn't do it.
Yeah, well,
You ever think about that?
because it's a good
Nah.
plan. And what you're doing doesn't make any sense. And you got to apply Thunderbolt first because it applies wet, which is also something you're not doing.
You know what you're doing, dude? You're doing a lot of yapping. Right?
Yeah, well, I just
It's
didn't want you to,
unnecessary.
double someone's poison when they don't have any poison again. You know what I mean? So. Hurts, doesn't it?
Doing some math here. Thunderbolt, yeah, Thunderbolt will be fine.
So all you gotta do is 14 damage to get him dead on his turn. Actually, not even, because the sparks will get him dead. I think Elemental Bolt will kill him. We'll get him where we need. Thunderbolt probably will, but it's a bit riskier. I think either of them would do it. You know what I mean? And you can play the other one on the boss.
Yeah, well, this will kill him one turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, after 20 minutes, we made the correct decision.
We got that, dude. We got that. Dude, I'm gonna start just being relentless to you whenever you mess up, which is very frequently. I'm just gonna be so mean. Just make a big deal out of it for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always so gracious, so nice. Dude, I'm not a problem, man. It's all right, you know.
Yeah, the problem is you'd have to,
Exactly.
actually know what the best move is and catch it in order
Oh,
to be
dude,
able
I
to do that.
constantly tell you what to do. Oh, that's clever. Oh, that was a good call. Yeah, no, it really wasn't. You're just dumb. That's what I like to say. That's what I'm gonna say next time. I'm gonna say, actually, no, you're just an idiot, dude.
So what you're
So
telling me
behavior.
right now to my face is that you're a
Yeah.
liar.
Dude, I will go through the stream and find like 10 times where I've told you the right thing to do. Constantly happens. All the time.
Bro, Landon got himself some raw man.
Let's go.
I love a good raw man.
Raw man. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna have some man, I'd like it raw.
Yeah, not packaged.
Not packaged. Nah.
Raw.
With a package,
With-
maybe on the side.
With a package on the side. Package on the side. Don't want to cook that man. Take it raw. Get it cooked.
Let me just play my void memory real quick. Just
Play it
go.
real quick. Yeah, just play it. Just play it. Just play the memory. Play the memory. Play the memory. You know what I realized? Gustav already had 2 injuries, so now he's gonna have 3.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I
Be
didn't
pretty high.
even realize how many insanity stacks we have. So we have a lot
That's
of
all that's
insanity
happening now.
stacks. Like, oh, she must have put her insanity
purged
stacks
you.
on us.
Oh yeah, probably right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, same with the wet too. Why do we have so much wet?
Oh my gosh, we do it. We are
Like,
so
that's
wet
absurd
right
amount
now.
of wet.
We
Dude,
are so
I'm
wet.
ripping right now, dude. I'm
This-
ripping.
This boss made me so wet.
Mhm.
Just look at her.
All wet and sticky with the webs, dude.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That was, that was a little crude. Little
Dude,
crude.
what do you mean, dude? Why are you making it weird? It's a spider web, dude. You're gonna get sticky from it.
That's gonna stick to you.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
adhere to your skin.
It's
Doesn't
like
make your skin
impossible to get
sticky
that
as
web
well.
off. Yeah,
Yeah. Once the web's on, it's
especially once
Yeah.
it dries.
yeah. Yeah, once it dries. Game over.
Spicy rum, oh,
much
spicy beef
energy do you
rum. So is it like actually beef, or you just get one of those ramen packets, right? You put the flavoring in there. You know what I mean? Like the Maruchan. They call it
You gotta make some
microwavable, but
good
if you
ramen,
microwave
bro.
it, that's disgusting. Not gonna lie. We
Dude,
all know what he
I think
meant.
packeted ramen
Yeah.
in general is just no good.
Yeah.
You gotta make some homemade ramen, dude. Get some
Homemade
chicken broth
ramen
in
does go
there.
really hard. Yeah, really hard.
You can
You gotta,
season it to
yeah,
your taste.
great point.
You don't think you're consuming cancer every time
Dude,
you
I
eat
have
it.
not eaten anything today. You need to stop talking. Like, I'm so hungry, dude. Get some chicken in there.
Cancer, you're like,
Mm.
let's go.
Yeah. Bro, we need to purge this insane. It's really nerfing our damage here. So maybe the healer should get on that. Come on, healer.
Yeah,
Gosh.
yeah, it'd be nice.
Nezzy
Our healers
sucks.
step
Nezzy
up.
sucks. Ugh, gosh. Ugh, big
He's
stretching.
got decent lightning resistance too. Cold damage is at 34%. All right, we cleaned this one up. We cleaned it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, it was looking sketch. Gustav died so early.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get a terrible performance and get no rewards from this at all.
Yeah, we'll get poor. Hope. Yeah, we'll get poor. We'll get it in 2 rounds by next round. It doesn't. I mean, it gets. Yeah, it's nice to get the shield, I guess. Okay. Well, you don't have. I don't have fortify. Me too.
Well, shield's not gonna matter at all at
Whatever.
speed, but it is what it is.
Well, it'll get. I mean, you and Nezzy have fortify. So if we don't kill him, it would matter. Would be helpful.
Yep. Do the damage.
And why do you say
Do
it
the
doesn't
damage.
matter, dude? Why do you say it
Do the
doesn't
damage.
matter?
Do the damage. I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. I'm not listening.
Clearly, you're not thinking much either, I would say.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. Purging. I'm purging them all out. I just want you to die. I want to do as minimal healing as I can.
Like classic case. Oh, I want to be the healer. Let me get no damage and no heals in. It's like
Yeah,
they
I mean,
should
the
make
purge
it.
is unimportant. It really
They
is.
should
Like
for the weekly
a waste.
challenges having you on our team. I mean, like they just have to have you on it.
That's
That'd be
just
tough,
an
man.
everyday challenge. It's every time
Yeah,
we play.
it is, man.
Say, when was
It
the last
is.
time you played without me? Never, because you love me.
Never.
You love
Yeah.
having me on your team.
Oh man, it's a blessing for sure. You know, I counted like 8 of our hours of playing last semester as community service.
Because you're a liar. That sounds about right.
Nah, because I mean, I was really making a good impact in the community. You know, there's obviously some kids with some challenges.
Weekly
So I thought it'd be
challenges,
really
some might
cool.
say.
Yeah, like your challenge on a weekly basis. Like,
No. Game over, man. I'll take
game
that.
over.
Game over, man. It's not game over. It's just the boss. That's the Act 3 boss. We got one more to do. But we got the reward that we wanted. The card back.
I attempted to go electrocute here. I don't really have a ton that's hitting individual people.
I think
That's-
electrocute's
yeah.
not bad, yeah.
Yeah, I've already got a superconductor too. What are we gonna get? Ooh.
Dude, I will say, corrupted lightning spear is like actually nuts. Like so
Even
freaking
normal
good.
lightning spear is pretty dang good. What's it corrupt
Yeah.
to? Let me see. All damage +3, apply 2, and water. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. I'm tempted to grab it.
So are you applying insane? Because that madness ring could go hard, and I've already got the all-seeing amulet on Nez. You know what I mean? So
I'll be applying insane every round now with my upgrade, with my perk. My
exactly.
level
Yeah,
up.
yeah. I think that'd be
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think I take this cloud song.
That winged wand's pretty good. That's better than what you got.
I think we go with all resistances again, all damage.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Still have pretty good speed. We got one more. One more. Do I have small weapons with guys? That's I don't have one small weapon in my whole bag. I've got two.
Let's
Dude,
go.
Gus's last two upgrades are kind of cheap.
Right here, we got to remove a card for sure, right?
Dude, what do I do? There's no, it's not worth to give stanza to all heroes, right? Oh, it's +3 mind damage. At stanza 3. And stanza 3 is
Yeah,
not
I don't
removed
know.
at the end of turn. Can't be purged and does not remove. So I'll just always have stanza, right? If it doesn't remove at the end of turn.
Seems like it, yeah.
And I'll be at stanza 3, so that's +3 mind damage after on my third turn, and everybody else would be the same.
Yes.
That seems like that'd be cracked, right?
Something like that.
Did you look at it, or are you just saying stuff?
Not
You just
really.
haven't. Look at it real quick and tell me if I'm tripping.
No, I did. I don't know exactly how
Okay.
it'll work. I did look at it. I'm just like,
That
not
seems like
certain.
it makes sense. Yeah, fair. I'm curious. That's one thing in this game I've never really touched is stanza. I haven't really done much with that. Oh, that craft up to 1 epic though.
You're the one with Gustav, dude.
I know. That would have been nice, but filming. Yeah, it's nice. Get rid of all of that, man.
So we do middle and then bottom. Follow these two blue paths. Because we'll get extra loot from them. And if we do this first one and decide we can't take the second, we'll just do the basic combat. You know what I mean?
Say it again.
Just
Oh, it's not
pick the one I
difference.
picked. I want to do the blue ones, the increased ones, because we get extra loot at the end.
Okay, so you want to go middle, and then if that goes well, go to the right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You want it?
I mean, it's not bad, but I don't think every round suffers 7 poison. It's not great.
Depends how fast we can kill him. It's not a boss.
I don't think it's worth, to be honest with you, to skip, like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's worth all that. I think we're doing fine without it.
Well, it's easy for you to say, dude.
Double angels up in here.
Yeah, we do got doubled up on the angels.
Big guys. Yeah. Yeah, big guys. It'd be getting harder and harder.
Okay, dude, come on. You're not even trying to be slick anymore.
I am trying to be smooth though.
Yeah, so we all start with stanza 1, +1 mind damage. At the end of turn, gain stanza 2, can't be purged. Stanza 3 doesn't go away. Yeah, so we should always just have it. But then doesn't that make like chant of like anything that gives you stanza kind of doggy?
Seems like it, yeah.
Kind of pointless. What's this say? Yeah.
Dude, I love the way he feels up that guitar.
Oh yeah, dude. He's
Like his left
he's
hand,
having a good time.
that's some groping.
Mm-hmm.
A tier
The left
groping.
hand. Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's good stuff though. I mean, he's not doing a bad job.
Yeah, he's doing great. Yeah, I was wrong decision. Definitely the second guy, the third guy, not the second, but it's what it is. You know.
No, dude, Sekko is a way better choice. What do you mean? He's got way
No.
way worse lightning resistance. I mean, you don't play damage characters. I get you probably don't understand how that kind of stuff works, but no, that was a good call. You'll learn sometime. Bang, bang. Dude, we're smoking. Smoke.
Dang.
Bro, where'd I get that friendly tadpole from? What the frick?
From Nez. It's his final thing. Gives everyone a friendly tadpole.
Oh, that's nice, dude. Draw
Yeah.
one, gain. Yeah, that's dude. Gain. Okay, yeah, that's cracked. That's nuts. And then you suffer the insane too, which is pretty good for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to get rid of any of these. I think I'll just keep them.
Right on.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna play the rest of this. I'm done. We're good.
Yeah.
Guitar dude looks like emo. You mean Elmo?
Which dude?
Yeah. He said
Guitar dude?
the guitar dude. Guess he's talking about Gustav.
So he looks emo.
He said he looks like emo. I don't know if he means like commas there. Like it looks like emo. Cause like
Why would you? Why would you
because
put
if he
comma?
says
It looks like emo.
because what he said was the dude looks like emo. Emo being like a thing, like a person, right? Like looks like because you could just say looks emo, right? So when you say looks like emo, it almost implies that he's talking about someone, right? I don't think that's what he means. I think he means he looks emo, right? But when
Yeah,
he puts
he
that
just
word
put
like
like
there
necessarily.
without the commas, it seems to imply that he's talking
The
about
comma
something
wouldn't.
else.
How would the comma help that?
You do the dude looks comma like comma emo, like you know the way you'd say it. He looks like emo or something, you know what I mean? Like in the same way people put or like between, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you would text that. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
something you would
because
say,
you're
like,
a
if you're talking-
freaking incel and you don't use punctuation, but punctuation is very important.
Dude,
So-
I use punctuation. Why the
You
hell
know
would you
what?
say like?
Let's
comma?
eat grandma.
Dude, that's stupid. That's dumb. That's dumb.
That's exactly how you would punctuate that if that's what you were gonna say. And if that's what you were gonna say, then that's what you're gonna say. And some people would say it like that. And to say he looks like he's emo, yeah, that he not being there is also like interesting, right? The way it reads without
That's what I'm saying. If you said
punctuation.
he's, that'd be fine. Without
Right?
punctuation, it still reads silly.
No, but yeah,
Still
okay.
reads silly.
No. I mean, sure, you can get what he's saying, but it doesn't read that same way. It implies something else. But you know what he's trying to say.
But that's what I'm saying. It's still like it's silly still. Like why would what's the point of what does the like do there in a sentence?
Oh, it doesn't do anything.
You mean it doesn't like do like anything?
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, like, I don't know why you would say that, but why are you talking to me about it? Talk to him. Like, he's the one who's, like, if that's what he meant, he's the one who chose to spell it, say that. So you talk to him about it. You're telling me you don't know that people just do
defending it
that?
hardcore.
I'm not defending it. I'm just like, you don't seem to understand. I'm so confused by you. Like, I'm confused by you.
You have people in your life who would text like that.
Oh, yeah.
Who would type like that. Then you got some interesting folk in your life, dude.
Yeah, so you're about to sit here and judge someone just based on one word in their text message.
Well, I'm saying you're hanging out with children.
Okay.
I think is what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
there.
clearly you've never met my sister.
Like I never texted with her.
Yeah, well.
She would say that, you think?
No, probably not.
Exactly. No wonder, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Bro, he says I'm 11, so yeah, he is the child. So
Okay,
that's
okay,
exactly
yeah.
why he said it that way. And you're over here judging, and
I'm not judging him. I'm judging you.
yeah, but I haven't done anything. I have not done anything to be judged by. What are you talking about, dude?
No, you deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just hate me, which is fair. Right? Like, I hate you. Why would I not?
Why would you not?
Why wouldn't I? Right? Like, yeah.
That's the same thing, dude. Unnecessary.
Okay, I see. So as stanza builds up, we get an energize, and then the next stanza. But once it hits stanza 3, we get a fatigue.
Where do you see that?
Hover over it. At the end of turn, suffer 1 fatigue.
Oh, okay.
And I'm assuming it goes away at the end of turn 3.
Where did we get
yours
the energize?
won't go away, but ours will. Huh?
Where'd you see it said energize? Like where did we get the energize?
If you hover over stanza 2, it said gain 1 energize.
Okay. I can't see it anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, suffer 1 fatigue, but I think it's almost worth the +3 mind damage. I don't know, and also just having it forever. We got 7. I'll take this first.
What a waste. Misplay. Waste
No,
of
it's
energy.
a good play.
Waste of energy.
And look at that. Look at that slashing and that sharp +5, dude.
So you could have had some cards there to discard. You know what I mean? Tim says, uh-oh. I don't know what he's uh-ohing.
He be uh-ohing.
He be uh-ohing. Uh-oh.
Man, we gotta play some item hunt. We haven't played that in forever.
Oh yeah, it's been a minute. Been a fat minute. Since we've hunted for items.
We got to do one before I got to get some practice in for
You know what?
Sunday, man.
I didn't do some math there. Should have done some math. Is what it
Dude,
is. We're
idiot
fine.
misplay. Oh, dude.
Focus on the healing. Focus on the healing. We're fine.
Yeah.
It's just about priorities.
That was embarrassing, man.
It's just about priorities.
That was embarrassing.
I mean, look, I wasn't gonna say anything, but it was pretty embarrassing how you thought it was a misplay and it wasn't, and you're like sitting here all confident about it. But if you want to call it out, then sure, yeah, it was. It was pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, no, it was no good. No good at all.
Oh, misplay, waste of energy. Should have just let him die.
So it's funny because when I say it's true and when you say it's false, that's the funny part about that.
No, not really. We cooked him.
How far are we on? Yeah, we did cook them. How far are we in Overcooked? We haven't played that in a while. Quite some time.
Probably the same place we were last time we played.
Oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
We're about halfway through the DLCs. Maybe a little less than that.
Don't I have a crate? Halfway through the DLC. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. It's so funny watching Jacob play that. Poor guy.
Yeah,
Did not know what he
dude.
was getting himself into.
That's like, I didn't want to say anything when we were doing the, like, what was it, the Kevin level or whatever, but I was like watching him and it's like, I don't blame him. Like, he's not on, like, because he doesn't know the controllers. Like, he's not, you know what I mean? Like, there is like fractional seconds between when he does stuff, because it's taking a while for his mind to figure out what to do next, because he doesn't play this game all the time like we do. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is why we are failing by like 1 or 2 orders. But if I call him out on that, he's gonna be like, okay, dude, because he's doing it literally as fast as he possibly can, right? Like, yeah, to 4-star, you have to be an instinct. Like, you can't, you no think, just do. Like, yeah, this is all kind of shit here. Yeah,
dude, that dark one could be insane if I was playing Zach, but I'm gonna take it anyway. All damage +3.
Fair enough.
That's better than my +1
better.
sharp. Like, you know,
it is better. Yeah.
Just unfortunate because it could be insane. It's just all right.
We gonna be all right.
Yeah, I was bopping yesterday. I was had to get some stuff done, so I was just grinding it out for like 9 hours straight, listening to music. And I listened to there was a Miss Jackson popped on, dude. I was enjoying it. That was a fun one.
I love Outkast.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I'm aware.
You know.
Very aware. I know.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
Do we want points?
So the problem with Tabula Rasa is that's literally all of Nez's healing.
Yeah, true. Every round to a random monster.
Yeah. It does nothing. Like, it's not like we're trying to stack debuff. So, but the only problem is that's all of Nez's healing, like, out the window.
Yeah, also, I mean, for 40 extra points too, like it's considered an easy challenge.
Nothing.
Like,
yeah,
not worth it.
Yeah, my people, can you hear me? Can you feel me? I get
We're
that
gonna be
song stuck in my
alright.
head so easily. It's yeah.
I listened to that one last night, yesterday too. A bunch of Kendrick songs I haven't heard in a while. Yeah, you want to go to the Wu-Tang concert?
There's a Wu-Tang concert?
Yeah, it's in Columbus.
Interesting. It's not real. I mean, it's Wu-Tang, but it's not really Wu-Tang though, because Method Man won't be there. He's on his own now, and they've still got like 12 of them or something like that. But I don't even know who's in Wu-Tang right now. That'd be crazy. I'd be interested to see what songs they play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Not bad start there. Let me see. How much do you think tickets are? Or
I don't know.
like cheapest tickets? You take a guess.
If they take a guess,
Just a
30
guess,
bucks.
Man. You're such an idiot. No, I'm just kidding.
So, dude, I don't know.
45.
Yeah, I was gonna say 30 to 40. I would think.
Yeah.
Say if they were like 15, I'd be like, yeah, I'd go. It's definitely worth 15.
Yeah.
But that's what I thought they'd be. I was like, Wu-Tang's a big enough name, even though they're not like super popular right now or anything. Like they're charging 30, 45 bucks. Like, it's not like, I mean some people charge like $100 a ticket though. Like, it's crazy.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're real popular, also a lot of that is resale.
Resale. Yeah.
I mean, almost always when the tickets are crazy. Dude, my buddy, did I tell you? I told you I'm going to Kendrick concert in June, right?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I was gonna get like $70 tickets for Maddie and I, and my fucking psychopath of a buddy got us fucking $500 tickets each. So
Holy crap, dude! What?
that's insane. I'm paying him 200. I paid him 200 for it, but yeah, he
You want to send me his
spotted
number
the
so that I can be his buddy?
yeah,
and-
yeah. Nah, I gotta keep those concert tickets myself. He's also taken me to NF 2 or 3 times. 21 Pilots. Took my sister to 21 Pilots once or twice. Nice guy.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'm actually. I
Dude,
should
I
probably
gotta
actually
say,
be playing with him right
I'm
now
not.
instead.
I'm not a big concert guy. I don't really go to many concerts. But with that, just preface that. But I will say, the Clancy tour for 21 Pilots, what they're doing right now is easily.
Tom Clancy, Rainbow Six Siege.
Not Tom Clancy. The Clancy tour is easily
Yeah.
the best concert I have ever been to. Is really good.
Well, how many have you been to? I know you prefaced that, but I'm just curious. Like, if you had to guess, like a couple,
4 or 5.
you've been to like. Okay.
And I think probably 2 or 3 of those is 21 Pilots.
Okay. So you don't have a huge frame of reference.
No, so I went to Winter Jam a lot, but I think I said that before. You're like, oh, Winter
I've
Jam's
been to
not a
Winter
real
Jam.
concert. I'm like, okay, have you ever seen
I
Skillet
mean, it's fun.
perform at
I've
Winter
been.
Jam?
I've
Like,
literally been to Winter Jam.
Yeah.
Also been to
Um,
Winter. You ever been to Winter Blitz? I might have asked you that too.
If you had, I would say that they're messing with me, and that's not a thing.
No, I swear to God, it's actually. I think it was a little bit. It's a very similar thing. I think it was a little better than Winter Jam because it was like a full weekend of different Christian bands came and performed. You do like games and stuff with like a couple hundred people. But they had like full productions and stuff. It was pretty fun. Pretty fun.
Okay. I went to a Bush.
I don't care.
Bush
I don't
concert
care.
at
I don't care.
Riverbend. Is Bush and Candlebox and Alice Cooper, who's the guitarist for Alice in Chains. I think it's Alice Cooper, if I'm remembering his name correctly. Maybe it's Alex Cooper.
Okay.
And that was pretty cool. But it's
Okay.
like Riverbend, so it's like, they're just up there performing. It's just good music, you know what I mean? Not much theatrics. And then I went to 21 Pilot Scale and A.C.E tour. It's easily second best, possibly the best, was the secret shows that I went to for 21 Pilots. Is it was like a 400 person venue, like ridiculously tiny venue, super cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop talking now.
That's what you did to me, you little shit. So you get back.
I don't think I did that though.
You did. Yeah, I was telling you about how interesting Winter Jam was, and you said okay. That was it.
I was being genuine.
Oh, yeah.
I was genuinely being genuine. I was like, all right. I don't know. I don't know what to add. All right. Should I add something?
Yeah, you should have. It's too late now, but you should have. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in this weekly challenge, man.
I thought it was kind of fun. Like it was something. Like it was a good good lineup that we'd never would have done. You know what I mean, on our own. And it wasn't
That's
that lineup.
true.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it just wasn't that. Yeah, yeah. I wish there was something a little bit more interesting to it, I guess.
I'm glad to see that Nezzy pairs well with Gustav, because I was trying to think of people he'd pair well with, and I was like, couldn't really think of anyone.
Dude, we have so much energy. God.
I think it would be super interesting to do like a Nezzy, Gustav, and like Sylvie. I don't know who our warrior would be. Maybe Bree or something, or maybe Grookly. Could be like a really interesting lineup to try and
Say it
do.
again. What was the beginning part?
Nezzy, Gustav, Sylvie, and Grookly, in that order, back to front. I feel like that would be super interesting.
What's group we got again?
Grookly's like a Fury warrior, but he's spec'd into like Fury, you know what I mean?
Fiore. Guy Fiore. Yeah. Yeah, could be interesting. Could be interesting. What do you think our Madness 14 lineup should be?
Oh, I have no idea. I feel like probably the same as our Madness
We'll have to,
8, except
yeah,
maybe
we'll have to look at modifiers, I guess, and see
yeah,
if there's anything.
yeah, for real.
Dang, how do you get so much block?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. Just hit him with as much damage as you can. I think electrocute on him. And
Yeah, I'm not bad. It
yeah.
slows him down too behind Ezzy, which is nice. Now Zach's got all that energy. Not Zach. Gus has got all that energy. Big chillin'. What are you doing after this?
Whatever you want to, man.
Okay. Okay.
If you're hopping off, we can do something else. But
No problem. No problem. We'll plan.
probably got to go get Jasper. Let him in for his midday midday break from the outside.
He's been working hard and deserves a break.
Yeah, well, he'll probably want to come in and get something to eat, something to drink.
Refuel
Yummy.
before he heads back
Yeah,
out.
and then he'll head back out until like 7 or 8 o'clock.
Man, it'll be nice when I've got a place to be able to let Willow out. It's especially nice at your guys' place, at your parents' house. Because they're not like by a really big or like
Oh,
really
yeah.
close to a big road, you know.
Yeah, he got plenty of
Like, he
woods
could
and like and we're
Oh,
not near
yeah.
a big road for sure. And
Yeah, he
also
can explore pretty far.
before I would just let him out there on his own. I think the first like month, anytime he was out, I was out there with him and I'd follow him around because he was just exploring. And I'd kind of like whenever he'd get to the road, I'd be like, nope. You know what I mean? Like,
You kick him?
no, I just
Yeah.
direct him back up.
Yeah.
I'll corrupt that madness ring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of guide him
They
back
get-
up. So.
Oh, that's nice, bro.
Ooh,
nice
that's
upgrade.
nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take that Raven staff for Nezzy. I feel like that Night Veil is dangerous. I think you can take it for Wilbur though.
Why is it
Night Veil.
dangerous?
It'd be dangerous if I took it because then you guys would be taking the hits.
If you took it, yeah. If you take it, is yeah. I agree.
Yeah. I think you can take that for Wilbur though.
Yeah. Yeah. Raven stuff is nuts. That'd be really good.
Yeah, so he kind of knows not to be down there near the road. Plus, I don't think he likes the road, you know what I mean? He'd much rather be in the woods, and we got plenty of woods around us, so.
Oh, my cap and gown just got delivered. Let's go.
What do you think? We can remove a card, but we can also craft a card, maybe upgrade a card.
I would craft or remove, probably. Let me look if there's anything I'm dying to upgrade.
It's up to you, buddy. We'll do whatever you want.
Is it? It's upgrade 1, craft 1, and remove 1. I picked.
He did. He picked it.
I picked it. Just like a fence, right?
Pick it.
You get where I was going with them? Yeah, take it. There you go. You got it. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Man, my cost is low with video. What's the only thing that's a bit of a disappointment for me with the weekly challenges, which is obviously intentional, is that you don't get the you don't get any towns, which is tough because one of my favorite parts is specking and everything, getting nice, actually building your deck and
Yeah.
playing it how you want.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know
Yeah.
what the frick I want. Do we have any cards that can paralyze? Because it's something you can filter by paralyze in the card builder. I don't know what class
I
you
don't
even get
think
that.
so. No, we don't have any cards. At least not cards
We don't right
that we
now,
can
yeah.
craft. Yeah.
Yeah, true. It's also only up to uncommon, so that very well
Yeah.
could be part of it. Man, what do I want now? It's just, look at. You already did your two?
Yep.
Yikes. Dude, this what is this upgrade to? It's 3. You think this revealing flask is worse for Gus? It
Dude,
does
I don't know.
9 mind
You
damage.
gotta decide on your own, right? I don't know how to play damage.
You don't. It's true. Ask the chat.
Chat, is Zan gay? Or should he just pick?
So you're saying gay people can't make a choice?
I'm saying they waste my time.
See, that's funny. I would say the opposite for myself.
They're always coming up to me like, let me buy you a drink. How's your day? And I'm like, bro, I want to be left alone. It's just, it's a curse though. I guess I'm too attractive. Too attractive.
Or you just look like you'd like dudes. You go either way.
Should I dress differently?
Yeah, I'd pull the cross-dressing outfit you got in the back of your closet.
See, I would say that saying that I dress like I look like I like dudes is an insult to gay people because I look like shit most days. Like I don't dress up at all. You know what I mean? I'd be offended.
Well, it doesn't have to do with how you dress up. It's just your general demeanor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. That's probably because
You
you
walk into a door and you're like, I'm a bottom. That's what it seems like. It's the vibe I get usually.
Okay, yeah, but you don't have to be gay to be a bottom.
I think that's debatable.
I can prove it to you.
But I don't think I want you to. If it's not gay.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't gonna be. Did I?
Well, you said you can prove to me it doesn't have to be gay.
Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't mean it's not going to be.
I don't understand how you're gonna prove that. I don't get where we're going with this.
Well, if
one.
you understood it, then wouldn't you just know? And I wouldn't have to prove it to begin with?
Well, no, I mean you might still have to prove it, but I could understand how you're gonna go about it. And I don't know how you're gonna go about it. But I'm down.
Okay, well then maybe just press ready and
Yeah, I
move
found
on.
my card. I found my card. It's not ready, it's exit. Can you read?
Well, no, mine says waiting for players. I forgot what it said.
Fair enough. He can read, he can't remember.
Obviously, we need to heal up here.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, I have a feeling that these guys are gonna replace each other once we start killing them, the same way the last weeks did.
Well, they do it on yeah, for sure. I think they've done that it's like most times you fight them. What are resistances here? A lot of decent amount of mine resistance. Good amount of everything resistance. Not much. Second dude's got good lightning. Everybody else not so much. How's the stream going? Do you got some decent viewers in there?
Got 3 of them. My three homies.
3 big ones.
They're my viewers. Love you, dog. You guys. The 3 viewers in here. What mad lads they are. They're great. I love them. Love them to death. Y'all are my favorite viewers. You heard it here first. Tell the rest of the chat. Tell them. Go tell them in the Discord. Okay, you said it right now. Anyone watching the stream right now is his favorite viewer. It's a 3-way tie for first place.
3-way.
3-way.
Whoa.
I'm from Cincinnati, so you know, 3-way. It's pretty common here.
Yeah, I get you. Nobody else in your chat's gonna understand. They think we're gonna think Cincinnati is a bunch of freak ass weirdos.
Yeah, they're not gonna get it at all.
How it should be. Every turn. Oh, they've got. Is this? Oh yeah, that's a constant enchantment. It doesn't go away. Every turn they're gonna recover 14 HP and gain. They gain 8 regen every turn. It's gonna stack up.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not hard at all. We got this.
Oh, I'm sure you really thought ahead and really spec'd into a lot of dispels for the monsters.
It did actually.
As a good healer.
Not for the monster. I can't dispel the monster. It's not an option I have. But I do have dispels for us. Yeah.
Well, is that what I was talking about, or?
I think so. You're not being clear, so it's not. I can't exactly understand what you're trying to say.
Oh, my bad, dude. I forgot. Sometimes I get in the mode of like talking to normal functioning people and then I hop on with you. So sometimes I get confused, have to cater my words, you know.
Yeah, I am an advanced functioning human, not a normal one, so
yeah.
I understand.
You're on the high functioning for sure. I actually put that in my community service hours report. I did have to disclose you were high functioning.
Yeah. I'm actually sober. I've been sober for a while now. Not high at all, so.
Oh, I thought you were going with like the functioning alcoholic thing, but yeah, I see where you're going for that.
I wasn't going for either. If you thought that's what I was going for, then you're just a fool. That's obviously what you were going for once you started saying it. Wasn't what I was going for at all, though.
I was going for the special needs route. Did you not get that?
See, the thing is, if I say yes, then it's going to make it seem like I didn't get it. But if I say no, it's going to make it seem like I didn't get it. You see how you phrase that there? So that there is no correct answer?
I mean, there's answers. There's answers.
Answers in Genesis?
Oh, I never got a chance to watch that video you sent, huh?
No, you probably didn't.
No.
I'm watching stuff like that all the time. I've seen a lot of stuff, but I'm just like, dang, there's like, I don't know. It's, later, Landon. Have fun, buddy. Thanks for tuning in and stopping by and chatting with us. But that's like the majority of what I watch. I mean, not necessarily that content specifically, but just like just apologetic videos in general. I was watching one last night that was talking about, which is something I've heard before, but morals and atheism, and a lot of, I mean, the argument basically is that if you believe in atheism, you do not have the ability to justify morality. It's not to say that atheists are terrible people or that they can't be moral people, but that they don't have a ground to stand on to defend morality. Like if we're all just humans and there's no God and there's no reason for existing, then there is no right and wrong. Like, right and wrong implies that something exists beyond the material world. And not all atheists, but atheism almost requires a belief in materialism. And if you believe in materialism, then you believe that there is nothing beyond the physical world. And if there is nothing beyond the physical world, then where do moral laws come from? Moral right and wrong. So you can't defend it. Now, you can believe in morals and say that they're there, but you can't defend why they're there. And if you can, I'd love to hear it. I'd actually be very interested to hear an argument for it. But
I guess I'm trying to understand more so what you're saying there.
Right.
What do you mean by defend it?
If you talk to I don't know. Let's look at Richard Dawkins, right? I always like to look at Richard Dawkins. He's like foremost leading atheist, right? And he believes that there is absolutely a moral right and a moral wrong. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, there are moral rights and there are moral wrongs. You know what I mean? The people who flew the planes into the Twin Towers, morally wrong. They were wrong to do that, right? Etc. But if you ask him why, he'd say, oh, because it doesn't better humanity. It's like, well, what's wrong with that? You know what I mean? So you are defining what's right and wrong. You know what I mean? Where does your definition of right and wrong come from? Because if you are Christian or in Islam or any other thing like that, your definition of right and wrong comes from your faith and your religion, right? Most religious books define what is right and what is wrong. But if you are atheistic and saying that there is nothing to this world other than the material world that we live in and everything that you can see around you, then the material world does not have inherent right and wrongs, right? You know what I mean? Like, if it's just about survival, right? And who can survive the best. And if Hitler says, well, I'm going to survive by killing everyone and creating the world the way I want it to be, and you say, well, I'm going to survive by helping everyone and help us all survive at once, who's right and who's wrong? You don't have any ground to justify one over the other, because all you believe in is the material world. Right?
Yeah, but if you say, like, your first thing you said was that Richard Dawkins would say that it's for the best, whatever's in the best interest of humanity, which obviously genocide is not, right? So that can be
right.
An easy retort to that.
Which is fair, but also he also says this: he believes that they are inherent laws in the world and in the universe, not his laws. Like, if you ask him about them, like, that's your laws, right? That's how you define morals. And he goes, no, these are inherent moral truths. And you say, okay, well, where do those inherent moral truths come from? And he'll try to make up some answer that's not a real answer. To quote Richard Dawkins, he has said, DNA neither knows nor cares. DNA just is, and we all dance to its music. And that would seem to imply that the people who are responsible for 9/11, they're just responding to their DNA. And they're not right or wrong. They don't know nor care. It doesn't matter. They're just dancing to their own music. And there's nothing right or wrong with that. They're just existing. But if you try and present something like that argument to Richard Dawkins, he'll be like, oh, well, no. And then, look it up for yourselves, because, I'm doing a terrible job. Don't let me put words into other people's mouths, right? Like, if you're interested in this, go and watch a video of Richard Dawkins trying to defend this. And from what I see, and from my point of view, he has no defense. Like, it's just him bumbling about until he comes to a point he does want to talk about, and then tries to shift the focus to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think not even. Let's get Richard Dawkins out of it for a minute. I think if you ask an atheist a similar question, like where do those morals come from? I think a lot of them would say that people intrinsically have
And I would
the
agree.
sense of morality even without knowing God at all your entire life.
I would agree that people have an intrinsic sense of morality. And I believe that they have that because of God, that God has created these laws of moral right and wrong and written them on our hearts. And that's why all people, whether you believe in God, have heard of God, whatever it is, you know right and wrong. It's morally written on your heart, and you know. Which is why I would also say that atheists can be moral. They can be amazing people and very, very good people because it's written on your heart. It's not about what you believe, right?
Well, then let's say,
But
I mean,
if you believe that we just came from nowhere and there is nothing but the material universe, then you must ask, where did that come from? And if that came from natural forces and natural causes, when people say, oh, well, like naturally it is better to work together, and anyone can see that, right? When we work together, we grow. Apes together strong, right? Like, look, right? And you can agree with that too, but the problem is, if that's just how we came about, not how we were designed, but just how we came about, why is it right? Maybe we've got it wrong. You know what I mean? Maybe that is what we've generated over time, but maybe we've reached such a point that it's actually better to not follow that instinct, right? There's no, like, in the universe, it is not a law to say that killing is wrong. It might be an inherent instinct that humans have, and you can defend that argument, but you cannot say that, universally it is a law that killing is wrong. It's just subjectionally. In this specific instance, we can say that killing is wrong, but maybe one day killing will be okay.
Well, and it has been
right?
before though too, but it's also been done in the name of Christianity, you can say.
That's also true. A lot of people will bring that up
Right.
too, right? And that's not something you
I'm
can
just an
overlook,
atheist
right?
advocate over here, but
Dude, it's great.
yeah,
It's great that
yeah.
you are, right? Because I mean, chat could try and tune in. It's a slippery slope, right? And I wouldn't
Well, it's
want to
also
just
harder
sit
to
here and to
type
do it over
before than
a chat like that and type it out and defend yourself. You're absolutely right. And also, I'm not sitting here trying to. I wouldn't want to sit here and just try and be like and push my perspective, right? I like to hear the
Mhm.
feedback, right? I don't want to be fed my own opinions back to me, you know what I mean? Like, I want to hear other people's opinions so that I can debate and consider my own, right? You can't consider if your opinions are right and wrong if all you hear is that they're right, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Anyways.
Mhm. But I guess so. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. My devil's advocacy part here. A little bit ironic, but um, so to me, like, it doesn't work, right? In a way, like that argument, because if you say, okay, God wrote it on your heart, right?
Okay.
Then why were there so like why do we have so many brutal killings and horrible stuff before we became fully civilized?
Well, we still have that today, right?
We still
have
have it
these
today,
things,
but it
right?
was a lot more rampant, right?
I can see what you're
And a
saying.
lot more accepted.
Well, the same reason
Even
we
by the
still see it
church.
today, right? That even though you do know right and wrong morally, it's on your heart, you know when what you're doing is wrong, you can choose to ignore that, and you can also choose to acknowledge it and don't care anyways, you know what I mean? Like, you
But so
could.
do you think when they're hmm,
What's up, unknown? Tune in on YouTube. You caught us
let's
right in the
go.
middle of
Yeah.
a rather deep conversation talking about moral right and wrongs, moral relativism versus like moral absolute, just for the fun of it. Not going to recap what we've talked about so far, so you're just going to have to keep up. But thank
Yeah,
you for
keep
tuning
up,
in
buddy.
and chatting away with
Yeah.
us.
So what would you
Uh,
say for like, I mean, like what's your full argument there then with all of that, with all of those kind of concessions in place, like
okay.
that there's no possible like you don't think that it's possible that morality could have just came from either people becoming more civilized and realizing what's best for society in general, or
I
the
would
fact that people just
say
were intrinsically, you know.
I could see. I mean, look at animals
go.
for example, right? I was watching a video of this guy who has a pet otter, right? And
Oh, they're terrible
that
creatures.
pet otter had absolutely never seen like a crab before, and they fed it a crab in this video, right? Like a dead soft shell crab. And the first thing that otter did was put his paws on it, hold it down, and shake it and rip the claws off. The first thing they did was declaw it, and then they started eating it and chewing on it. That is instinct. Pure. They've never seen a crab before. Pure and raw instinct. That otter knew, yes, that thing's dangerous, and the first thing I'm going to do is declaw it so that it's not dangerous anymore, off of instinct. And I believe, if you believe in a materialistic world, right, where there is no supernatural, there is only natural, then naturalism, right? If you believe in naturalism, then I would also, and if I was to believe in naturalism, I could absolutely agree with and see a point where morals, human moral right and wrong, could develop in that same way, where parents and older generations start to realize what is morally right and wrong, and that becomes an inherent part of you and your DNA and your genes and who you are, right? And that gets passed down, even if, to your children inherently, which is also something I believe that I think a lot of people wouldn't believe, but I think to a certain extent, who you are, what you believe at heart, that gets passed down genetically through, nature over nurture is a big argument, and I think that nurture is a huge part of it, but I think that nature also plays a role, and I think that your beliefs, not necessarily beliefs, you know what I mean, but what you internalize and who you are at heart is passed down through nature. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Suzanne.
And a lot of people are like, there's no scientific backing for that. Genes are just genes, right? Like, your genes are passed down, but like who you are isn't passed down. But I believe it is. But that's not everything, right? That's not to say if you come from a terrible family and terrible parents, you're a terrible person. No. You can overcome
but
that,
you might be
right?
naturally inclined to
but
do
you are
more
naturally
things.
inclined, you're right, to you're going to struggle more than the other person should try and do the right thing, which is why it's even more commendable, right? When you do choose to do the right thing, it's even more commendable. Not to say it's harder to do the right thing, but you're going to be naturally inclined to do it because that's how your genetics are predisposed.
But who would disagree with that? I think that's well documented now.
I don't know. Maybe some people would, maybe people wouldn't. And I believe that morals could be passed down in that way. I'm not trying to say that they can't defend that morals exist. What I would make a statement though is that even if inherently we believe it to be right or wrong, that does not make it right or wrong. There is no right or wrong if you believe in naturalism. The world just is. You can't say, oh, killing people is wrong. Maybe in your heart you feel that it is wrong, and maybe it is against the law, our human law, but there is nothing above human law. So if as a human race, one day, billions of years from now or whatever, we decide, let's make killing's okay, then killing is suddenly okay. It is not inherently wrong. It's only wrong because of how we feel, right? As if we as humans are, first off, real quick, thank you so much for the follow, Unknown, hopping over from YouTube to Twitch. That's fantastic. That's really cool. I really appreciate it, dude. That is dope. That's awesome. Thank you so much, man. But real quick, I think I can summarize it. What I'm trying to say is, if humans are the people who come up with the laws for moral right and wrong, then all we have to do is change our mind, and what is morally right and wrong changes, right? There's no higher power or nothing above that to define good or bad. So thus, inherently, in the world, if no humans existed, killing, death, neither good nor bad. It's only good or bad because of what we say it is. It's not inherent, right? And that's what I would argue. Without God, you have no inherent right or wrong. You have no inherent moral values. It's just about what we decide.
Yeah, but I would say that's like in a way, I mean, that's kind of still how that's how it is, right? Like if you
Well,
take
I'm
it out
glad
of it,
you're
like I don't
agreeing
think
with
that's a
me,
crazy thing to
right?
say.
But
Well, no,
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying
like,
is I've seen people try and argue that that's not the case. That no matter what, killing, death, whatever it is inherently wrong. That rape is inherently wrong. And I'm like, yes, you believe that. But if down the line everyone stopped believing that, and there's no higher power to tell us that it is, that we're wrong, then whatever we say goes, and it's no longer wrong because we don't think it's wrong anymore, because we are the higher power. And they're saying no, inherently in the world it is wrong. Like there is a law, and it's like, well, where does that law come from? You're saying
that's
that
just
that is
also
an
intrinsic, like,
absolute
that's
truth, the way 2 + 2 = 4, and the way gravity works. It's an inherent absolute
yeah.
truth. But where does that truth come from? You have no way. And you say that and a lot of people that believe in naturalism believe it, and they're like, oh, well, I believe in science. How does science prove that killing is inherently wrong? Inherently morally wrong? It doesn't. Science doesn't prove any of that.
Well, I think you have to be a pretty dumb atheist to have that take, right? Because I mean, really, like,
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the predominant atheists that are given the voice seem, from my research, to all have that take.
I will say also, I mean, I've seen very dumb takes on both sides, right?
Oh
And,
yeah, dude,
but
don't get
what's
me wrong.
unfortunate too
I've seen a
is like
ton
a
of
lot
Christian
of
takes
times,
that are terrible, Islamic takes that are terrible, like whatever faith it is, right?
and I think a lot of it is because it comes from like who is given the platform, and it's a lot of times who's going to say the craziest shit that people are going to click on, right? Or people are going to keep
That is
watching because it's
true,
just
right?
outrageous, right? So,
Yeah,
which
that
is
is,
unfortunate because it always
yeah,
gives a bad look to whoever they're representing.
yeah,
But
you're absolutely right. I mean, news articles to a certain extent, if they were 100% satisfactory and didn't upset some group, they wouldn't exist. You know what I mean? Because it's that controversy that creates clicks and creates the conversation. Yeah. Tim
yeah,
Mercer says, yeah, it's only wrong for humans because humans say it is wrong. Yeah, right. And if you believe in naturalism, then that's the case. And you can't, like, I don't see how in the world you can possibly justify it, because then you have to say there's something in nature that makes it that way. Another interesting thing, unless you have something else relate, because I'm going to jump a little bit to a different topic, unless you have something else that's burning on your mind.
only thing I'll say is maybe you want to hop into a game so we can play and chat.
Yeah.
Might be a good idea. Probably a little
Hop
bit more
into
entertaining.
a game. We can do that. Do you want to pick up our Madness 8 run, or do you want to hop into like Overcooked or something?
I'm fine with that. While we're chatting, probably Madness, I would say, and then we can,
Okay.
after we finish, we can switch over.
All right. You're hosting, so I'm ready when you are, man.
Okay, cool. I got it.
Okay. Something else I've seen, and this is gonna get a little bit more into the weeds of like defending
Are you sure I'm
Christianity.
hosting? Oh, yeah.
Of defending Christianity. So before I say it, I want to say, anyone out there, if you're not Christian, if you don't believe in faith, more power to you. You know, whatever. Personally, I believe in Christianity, and I think that you should too. But I'm not gonna make you, and I don't think it makes you a worse person for not believing if you don't. But anyways, all that said, I've seen an argument that they will pose, that a Christian apologist will pose to atheists or naturalists, and basically the question is why is the water boiling? And
Wait, so real quick, where are we going here? Are we going bottom?
I think we
Get
make
that
our way
corrupted bell and the character man?
to Nemo, right?
Yeah.
So
we get
yeah, I
that-
think we
okay.
go bottom, corrupted bell.
I got it.
And the naturalist will say that, I think we skipped this.
Yeah.
That, oh well, we know through science that the reason that water boils is because you have a flame or heat of some kind, and then that touches the pan, and then or the pot, and through conduction, and then and then thus the heat also transfers from the pot to the water molecules, heating it up to a certain point where they start to move rapidly and become air, and they explain how water boiling works, right? And basically you say, no, it's boiling because I want a cup of tea. And if you say no as a thing, right? Because then they'll argue back like, oh well, it's both, and I'm like, yeah, exactly, it's both. So why does, and you'll jump from there and say like, so why does science inherently mean that God can't exist? We see these things in science, so God can't exist. Can't you see that it's both, that God made it to work this way, but he made it that way because that's how he wants it? Like, it's both. You need both. And that's a very loose argument, just for people that say that you can't have both, right? I would argue that you need both, that science buries God, right? And that because we have science, we no longer need God, big G. I will say because we have science, we no longer need God, small g, like the god of wind, like the Greeks and the Roman gods, and the gods of the sea and of the harvest, these things that we didn't know how to explain, so we attributed them to some higher power and called it God. No, we don't need that anymore. Science explains that for us, right? Far better than this small g God could ever do. But science does not remove the need for a God, big G.
Give me some more interesting arguments, dude. Because I feel like that's like, I don't know. I've met plenty of atheists, and not one of them has tried to convince me that the fact that that science has been studied so much more that and they have a better understanding of it, that means there's no way that God can exist.
Okay. All right. Well, look. I mean, look. Give me an argument that you feel like they would, or something that they would actually talk about then, right?
Well, I mean, I think the thing with atheists is a lot of the time they're more doing retorts than they are actually giving an argument for something, like, um
Could you give an example?
if that makes sense. Well, I mean, like,
like, I don't know, because a retort needs a claim, right? So you could
right.
choose the claim that an apologist might make, and then give the retort that the atheist or the naturalist or atheist might respond with. Because I would agree.
Give me a Christian claim. Give me a claim that it would be popular among Christians, and I'll give you what I think the retort would be from an atheist.
I mean, one of the big ones and obvious ones is just to do with like the age of the earth, but I don't really want to get into that, to be honest with you, because the age of the earth, I think, doesn't matter, like, at all. Like, you can believe what you want. I think there's evidence, at least a little bit of evidence for both. Personally, I'm in the young earth camp, but I think I could be wrong, and I think it doesn't matter,
Yeah, I feel that. I'm on the other side of that, as you know.
Yeah.
But I agree,
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, okay. The biggest problem that I see, though, so I will say this as well, and take it how you will. I know a lot of atheists will claim that they are not making an affirmative claim, and thus it is not on them to defend themselves, right? They're saying, oh well, I don't believe in anything, prove to me that God exists, right? Which, if you're agnostic and you're saying I don't know, maybe he does, it's like, great, perfect, here's my, you know what I mean, here's my evidence, right? And then you can listen to an atheist, an Islam, a Buddhist, whatever it is, right? Keep saying Islam as if it's not Muslim, but anyways, and you can listen to all of their claims and all their defenses, and you should, to be honest with you. If you're an agnostic, you should actively be seeking faith in one way or the other and trying to figure out what you believe. But I feel like a lot of atheists, not agnostics, will try and claim that it is not on them to provide the evidence. That it's like, oh well, I'm not making an affirmative claim. It's like, but you are. You're making an affirmative claim not only about truth, the truth of the world, but about your beliefs and how you feel about that. Like, so you have to defend it, and if you can't defend
Well,
it,
you can
then why do you
explain why
believe it?
you can explain why you feel it without having to have like an actual, without having proof that God's not real, or you know what I mean. You can
That's
say
well, I'd say
nothing,
this much,
nothing
right?
has shown to me that God is real. I haven't had
I
no
don't think you
inclination
can
towards God being real.
I don't think you
Is
can
what.
prove it one way or the other, right? If you can prove it, it wouldn't be faith, right? It'd
Well,
be
yeah, of course.
facts of
Yeah.
science, right? And it is a fact either way, right? It's a fact that he does exist, or a fact that he does, or the fact that he doesn't, right? Just, we don't know, but that's why we look at the evidence. I also feel like there's a lot of, it's become commonplace to say that faith is believing where there is no evidence, and that's how a lot of atheists will define faith, and that is absolutely not true and not the case. Believing where there is no evidence is called blind faith, and that is a very, very dangerous thing to have. It could lead a man into flying a very large aircraft into a tall building,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Blind faith,
Well, so
right?
could just faith.
Faith could too, right? But that's not what I'm asking you to like. If I want you to be a Christian, I'm not asking you to believe blindly. I'm not asking you to take a leap of blind faith. I will lay out evidence that will get you right up to the point where, just like our court system, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you have no choice but to believe in it. Oh, you have a choice though, but beyond a shadow of a doubt, you should be believing in it, but you still have to take that leap of faith to decide that you do.
Well, I guess so. What would you be asking an atheist to prove if they say that the burden of proof is on Christians, and you say it's not? What would you ask from them? What would be like a good response to that, in your opinion?
I feel like it depends. I feel like one of the largest things is that in order to justify morality, I feel that a lot of atheists have to take from Christianity. And they come up with moral right and wrong, which isn't necessarily a Christian belief specifically, but it is a religious belief. And they have to insert that into atheism, which, because it doesn't have a grounds for it naturally, and it doesn't have it naturally. So that would be one of the big ones is, okay, if you believe that there are inherent moral truths and that rape is wrong is equivalent to 2 + 2 = 4. It is just an inherent truth that is always
But
true.
we're getting back to that
right?
one, right?
Right. Yeah, but that is one of the biggest ones, right? Because it takes a step outside of science.
But you're also strawmanning it a little bit because like I said, like I think maybe the more popular opinion would be what I said is that people have an inherent feeling of morals, while that's not an inherent quality of of the world, of the universe, right?
Right on. I mean, yeah, sure enough. I mean, it's fair. It's fair. And I would argue that a lot of people feel that way because they don't go beyond and quite realize that they have to accept that rape could be okay if we just said it was okay. Like, if you ask anyone who would stand on that argument, I would immediately be cautious and be like, that is such a slippery slope. Like, do you want to be your stance, that I believe rape is wrong, but if we didn't believe, but it's not inherently wrong, that's just my belief, like that, I don't know, like that seems like a stance I don't want to take, you know what I mean? And atheism, naturalism forces you to take that stance. Even if you haven't acknowledged it mentally, and that's not an argument you would try to go through, like, you're forced to take that stance.
Man, there was something I was gonna say. Cannot remember now though. It's like the song all over again.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty used to it.
Hmm.
Pretty used to the can't remember now.
Yeah, well, when I think of it, like 5 minutes ago, and then we just
Yeah. Yeah. No,
keep
that's
going the
fair.
same thing, it gets shaky.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I remember what I was going for now. So like I guess the other argument to oh man, I don't remember what the argument was again. I remember what I was gonna say. I don't remember what you said that prompted me to say it though.
What were you gonna
But
say?
basically, I
I
think
might be
I
able
think
to.
that oh damn, that was terrible.
That was terrible.
Um,
That's all the gold I have. Can you buy
is-
anything?
I have no gold. No, I've
Yeah.
got 500 now. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
so expensive. But I was gonna say that um, a lot of the stuff that is present in the Bible can be sourced from other mythologies that came before Christianity.
Right, but that's all Old Testament, and the Old Testament you can't date it to Christianity. You have to date it to Judaism, which is the oldest known religion. If I'm not mistaken, I guess I could be wrong about that claim. I
Well,
made
no,
that claim without
that's
a specific backing
that's
for
not
it.
true.
I would
Um,
be very much inclined to argue that at least historically that it's the oldest religion.
Hinduism's older, but I mean, like, not even there's no shot that Judaism's maybe the oldest practicing religion that still exists now, right? But religion, depending
I'd
on
have
how
to do
you're
immense
defining the
research into this,
word,
but
yeah.
I
Okay,
am
let's
very
just
very much
say,
inclined to believe that it is.
but even if you take the religion out of it and you just look at myths throughout history, right?
Sure.
A lot of those same elements that are supposed to teach you a story or explain something in the universe are echoed throughout the Bible and almost every other religious text in existence. There's a lot of
Yeah.
similarities. The
I
flood
yeah.
story was present way before,
Any
way earlier in the
honestly, anytime
Bible.
I study any religion other than atheism, I find immense ties between that religion and Christianity. I don't look at that as a negative for Christianity or proof like that Christianity doesn't exist, but for evidence that it does, right? Because I mean, at least these things that are similar, all of these faiths that are examining truth and trying to find truth are coming to similar conclusions. So I would say that they're on the right path, right? And I do think that you are valid to go, but then why Christianity, like above these other ones? That's a valid question.
Well, even
Very
even
valid.
before you get there, why could there not have been stories that people created long ago to explain stuff that they didn't understand that were passed through different generations and then ended up in the Bible?
Let me chew on this for just a little
Chew
bit
it
so that
up.
I can
Chew it
give
up.
you a very concise and
Yeah.
specific answer.
Chew it up. Chew it up.
Well, first off,
You
I
get what I'm saying, right? You get the question.
I get what you're coming
You
from.
get, like,
First,
yeah,
I
yeah.
very, very, very much believe that those things came from the Bible, not the other way around. Not that the people who are writing the Bible saw these things and inserted them in, right? Because this isn't like if you and I today were like, let's create a new religion. That's not what
We
happened
should.
with the creation of the Bible, you know, and the history of the Bible and all that stuff. There, it wasn't people sitting down and like, let's create a new religion, and then a new religion formed. From the earliest days, the Bible, all it was meant to do is document history. It's not a prescription of religion the way that the way that we have now. The New Testament is a prescription of religion. The Old Testament, which is the oldest versions of the Bible that we have, is just documented history. And you can choose to believe that history, you can choose that it's a myth, you can choose to believe that it's a parable, whatever you want to choose to believe, but it is documented history. It's not a prescriptive religious book.
Well, so I mean, like, so I just looked it up. So I was curious. So, like, the first flood story dates back to around 2100 to 1800 BCE from Mesopotamian culture.
That seems
Right.
about right. I'd say that was right about when the flood was.
Well, so then the flood in the Bible is generally dated by theologists to be around 1400 BCE.
Okay.
So anywhere from 700 years to 800 years later.
Right. That doesn't mean it has to be then.
Doesn't mean it has to be then, but it would be curious if there are accounts from it that are written in on clay and stuff like that from before the Bible was created. Why wouldn't there be any other ties directly to Yahweh?
Say that again. Actually, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Do you know if GeckoLib is going to be updated to 20? I'm almost positive it will. I don't know when it will, but I'm sure it'll happen at some point. I don't know, man. I can't say when, but I'm very confident that it will at some point. What are you saying? Can you say it again?
Yeah, I was saying, if I didn't lose my train of thought here. Well, so kind of two things. So one, that like the flood story is not an anomaly in terms of, something predated even what a lot of Christians time out when, time biblical events.
What do you mean by an anomaly? The
Like
flood.
it's not an anomaly in the sense that that's like a reoccurring thing in the Bible, that it can be traced back to like folklore that was popular well before the people date the biblical events. It's not an anomaly in that sense.
So it's there are other areas where we find a story about a global flood, and
Well, that's
this
one.
story isn't unique to the Bible.
Well,
That's
no,
what
I'm
you're
saying
saying?
like the fact that when I said it's not an anomaly, like there are a lot of other instances of other stories in the Bible that can also be traced back to folklore predating.
Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying
Yeah.
now. Okay. Yeah, so the flood being found in other texts throughout the world other than the Bible is not an anomaly because it happens with other stories
No,
as
no.
well.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We got there.
Yeah.
Um, but anyway, so with that, along with the fact that there's nothing that other than just some general stories and some symbolism and stuff that has I guess I don't know what the word is for it here that I'm trying to say, but like it's been uncovered throughout civilization, right? We've been able to go look back at all of these different societies, find these different stories that they have, the different folklore, how they've changed between cultures and stuff like that. And although a lot of the oopsie, um, although there are a lot of stories that are similar, like the flood, like other big events, which I think the theory behind that for non-Christians is that there could have been some giant flood thousands of years ago, or 2000, 3000, or I guess at this point 4,000 years ago, um, that was so catastrophic that the story had been passed down for generations and generations, right? Um, to me, that I don't know, it's just interesting that those stories have been so persistent um, in human history, and that there hasn't been other elements of that. If you're saying like the Bible didn't get it from those stories, but instead it was like maybe the same event just described in a different way or something like that. It's just interesting to me how Like I don't know. I don't really get this like how you can substantiate that so much. Like what the evidence is that it would be pulled from biblical events
Well, I don't
that were like if just the
necessarily
dating's off
think that
or
it's pulling from biblical events. I think they're both describing the same event that actually occurred.
yeah. So
Right?
I guess that's what I'm saying. Like yeah. I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. So, but still, that doesn't quite like it doesn't quite track um, if the dating is even close to being right.
The dating of
Of the Bible and of the other stories that have been documented
so if
prior to
you
then.
go based off of the Bible and you track genealogy back through there to try and figure out roughly when the flood is, it happens pretty much right when at the oldest known point of these stories. Now, if you do it geologically, you've got a whole slew of problems. So I would be very much more inclined to trust the genealogy described in the Bible and tracking it through there than what geologists would think that it happened.
And so, from a non-Christian perspective, what would you say to convince me of that, other than you just saying you're inclined to believe it?
I mean, an excellent question, very valid question. I think that there is a huge disconnect that is intentionally overlooked or ignorantly overlooked, that people don't talk about, between observable science and historical science. And observable science is exactly what you think of science. Science that we see today, science that is repeatable, something that we have literally observed. We know it is true because we've observed it happening. You know what I mean?
In real time, you're saying.
In real time, right? Today, we've seen it happen, right?
Yeah.
And then there is historical science. Historical science is like the argument of Lucy, right? This ape has a skull that we do not see in modern day apes, and it's kind of a blend between human skulls and monkey skulls of the modern day. So Lucy is likely an ancestor of both modern monkeys and modern humans, and it's one of those genetic links, right? That is called historical science. You are looking at evidence and you're making a hypothesis, but you cannot test it, right? You're not going through the entire scientific method. You're making your hypothesis based on evidence, but you cannot test it. And you are deciding and making an inference as to what happened throughout history based on that. And a lot of geology, a lot of it, is historical science because it all assumes that the natural processes we see today have always occurred throughout the entirety of existence at the same rate that we see today, and they've never once changed. If they've ever changed in any way, all of our assumptions can immediately be thrown out the window and we know nothing because all we can do is look at what happens today and apply it backwards throughout time, assuming that it's been consistent.
Well, not necessarily consistent. Like you can,
Elaborate.
like for example, you could like they will take into account certain elements that were maybe more prevalent thousands of years ago, right?
Possibly, yeah.
And they can look at
you're making assumptions based on assumptions. Then, like, it's a good point to bring up, but I don't think it fixes the problem. If anything, it adds to it, because now you're making assumptions based on assumptions.
I mean, in a way, I see what you're going with that. Um, but I mean, like you, maybe that's the little leap of faith you were talking about with Christianity on the atheism side.
Yeah, fair enough.
That
That's
they can
fair
say,
enough,
well,
right?
it's more realistic for me to believe that things have been consistent as we can see through different artifacts that we've uncovered over the years. We can date them back using carbon dating. We can
And
do
that's
all
what it
this
comes down
stuff.
to.
Yeah,
Um,
they could say that that seems more realistic than saying you read a book and there's a, you know.
and that's fair, but what I will argue is that using that same method of belief, if you take the Christian assumptions and you assume the Bible and then run those same tests, you will get evidence that still supports your idea, your initial idea that the Bible is true and that it's only 2,000 years old,
But
because
then,
that's the
yeah,
assumption you're taking. It's all
but their
about your
argument
assumption,
against
right?
that would be the fact that you're making that assumption based on text in a book versus things that you were able to see and test and uncover.
But the things I see and test and uncover in the modern day don't disprove the book, and they don't disprove my other assumptions. Like I'm not the assumptions I make don't contradict what I'm seeing here and what I see today. And so I will put it this way, right? And this is hard evidence that takes it out of the realm of assumption. After Mount St. Helens exploded, right? 25 years later, they went back, took rock samples from Mount St. Helens, brought them to a lab, and performed radiometric dating on them. Not only carbon dating, but I think uranium dating. There's a bunch of other ones. I'm not a scientist, so I don't know. But there's like, to my knowledge, just 2 or 3 different ways to do radiometric dating to discover the age of a rock. Not only were all 3 of those dating methods providing different answers, they were all the wrong answer, because we knew for a fact that it was 25. And I think the oldest one proposed that that rock, which we knew for a fact to be 25 years old, was 40 million years old. 40,000 maybe. Maybe it wasn't in the millions. I can't remember. It was old, way older, at least in the thousands. And the newest one was also at least in the thousands, and it was only 25 years old. So what we see observable in science today does not match the assumption that you're making when you say, I performed radiometric dating on this fossil. It says it's 25 million years old, thus this fossil was formed 25 million years ago. You can't make that assumption.
Well, no, but that's also over the span of how many years did you say it was?
25 years.
Between, yeah, 25 years. That's also taking a look at 25 years in a specific location instead of saying, okay, we know based on artifacts we found from very early civilizations that over the last 4,000 years old, over the last 4,000 years, it's done this in every single continent in the world. Here's how rocks have, I don't know how, I'm not a geologist, right?
Yeah.
But it's a population instead of a sample, right?
Gotcha. Yeah. Fair enough. And where you have that evidence, sure. I feel like you can make those claims, but you, at the end of the day, you have to accept that they could be wrong, and you also have to accept that if the person making those claims is a naturalist or an atheist, then they are inclined to twist the evidence they see in favor of their worldview that they already hold. They've actually in scientific textbooks, they have talked about valid data versus invalid data. Like, yeah, sometimes when you perform these dates, you get invalid answers, and we throw that data aside and say, oh, the test was invalid and it can't be trusted. And people have asked it, oh, well, how do you know? Like, what's your scale to decide whether the test was valid or invalid? And the response is, based on everything we already believe about the Earth, if our results line up, we say that it's valid. If it does not directly dispute it, we'll put it in a footnote and it's added research, added information. But if it disagrees with what we already believe, we throw it out and call it invalid. How is that science?
I've never heard anybody use that scientific method.
Right? Yeah, I mean, well, I'm glad that you
That's
can
what
at
I'm
least
saying, like, I
agree
don't know.
that is wrong and not
Well, yeah,
science,
yeah.
right? And it doesn't prove anything other than your beliefs, right? No wonder it only proves your beliefs, right? You're only accepting your belief, right? from the beginning. And look, I'm not gonna say that proves God, disproves science, but I will hopefully it makes you a little bit more hesitant whenever you read these things, right? To really do your research and figure out whether these people are pushing the envelope, whether they're just trying to push their own beliefs, whether they're making assumptions based on their beliefs, right? Like dig into the research, right? And I do the same thing, right? I would love, you know, if you've got something that goes against it, I would love to see it, right? Like give me the evidence, right? Right, the more information I have, the better, right? The more informed I am. I'm very much on a truth quest and not on a happiness quest. I don't want to hear that I'm right. I want to dig into the truth and believe what is right.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone should have that opinion about everything.
Yeah, I do too. I know a lot of people don't, but I'd hope that they do.
Dang, man, if I could hit these two. The deep darkness after the darkness falls. Be nasty.
That is brutal. That'd be so nice. Killed him. Dude, you did it to him. You straight did it to him.
You did just straight do it to him. But anyway, so what's your final retort for there being several biblical stories that several stories that are in the Bible that predate what the belief is, at least when the Bible was written. And why don't they well, if you're still thinking, that's totally fine too. But
okay, well, if I'm not mistaken, so your original thing, let's get real specific with it, was that
get real specific with it.
I feel like I've addressed as much as I can, at least. So I'll say what I was trying to say, and I do feel like I've addressed it. So if this isn't what you're talking about, then
okay,
elaborate. But that geologists date a flood at about 1400 BC, but the earliest recollection of a flood was about 2100 BC. And I said simply that the geology of that's probably just wrong, and they're just a little off. I mean, a few hundred years off is nothing in geology about the date that it occurred. And then provided evidence for why and how in the past that geology has been wrong.
Well, so I guess without even talking about the geology aspect of it, well, there's the one point which don't go too into it yet, because I have another thing I want to say. But the one point is that why are there so many different stories, or why are there so many stories in different cultures, or the same story in different cultures that don't have anything to do with Yahweh, but they have a similar story about the event? And particularly with the flood story, didn't it kill everybody except for Noah and his family?
Yes, 8 people.
Yeah.
Everyone on Earth except 8 people.
And God knew that, or Noah knew that God was talking to him, telling him to build the flood, or to build the ark.
Yes, he was commanded exactly how to do it, size and everything. Yeah.
But so everybody died, and he knew God was talking to him, right? So why is that not portrayed in these other stories if they came from Noah's family? If that was the origin of the flood story? Wouldn't you think it would be from the perspective of Noah and his family? At least in, let's say,
you would, and I would agree that it probably originated that way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's in so many different cultures. How would nobody, no other culture or religion, have have caught on to that one part. If you're saying like lost in translation,
I would argue that because if they did include that, they'd just be Christianity. You know what I mean? So I don't think the problem at that point becomes why don't they also include I mean, a lot of them say that it was one family and one, like, you know, just a limited number of humans. Maybe they don't go so far into the details, but I would argue that if they know that much, then they also are probably still following Christ pretty devoutly. So I would argue that, or personally believe that I personally believe, and maybe I could see evidence to the contrary, that these stories came about and started after he passes it down, and eventually people, as they do, start to forget God and his involvement in these things, and they form their own religions. But they know for a fact that this worldwide flood happened. It's undeniable because it happened, right? It was so recently that they know that it happened, but because, you know, God didn't reveal, God revealed himself to Moses, and then these people later on decide, or Noah, sorry, and these people later on decide that they don't believe in God anymore, but they can't deny that it happened, so they have to create their own reasons for why it happened.
well, to that I would say you would think that there would. Do you need coin here? Do you
I don't have
enough
any
to get
coin.
anything?
Hang on. He gave me a squid token, extra 30% extra discount in Magic Forge. Is there a good potion in here? Not
No
really.
potion.
Warrior codes, meh. It's not terrible. You want
Mana
that
Leaf's not
blackguard
bad.
though, right? I feel like I want blackguard. Damaged by others apply. Oh, but it's only one. Where yeah. I could take blackguard on Maluka because my shoulder plate sucks. If you threw me like 600 coins.
I got you, dude. I got you. But to that, I would say like one, even if it was like they forgot God over time or they kind of made up their own God or whatever, you would think it would be written somewhere, right? If there's all these stories, you think it would be some recording somewhere of that. And then
Somewhere
two, and
of what?
probably
So they no longer believe in God, but they still have texts that promote God? That doesn't make any sense.
no, I'm saying, but you wouldn't think they wouldn't find anything. Like, do you think that it would just completely destroy it?
Let me put it in this way, in something, a very recent event.
Well, this is the least important
very-
one too. So
Fair
not-
enough.
Yeah.
Well, let me put it in like this way. Very recent event. Ask anyone what happened on 9/11, and I guarantee you what they will say, at the very least, what they will all have in common is that two planes flew into the World Trade Center, causing them to crumble. Because that is the big event. That's the impact event, the part that everyone remembers. Now, if you ask them any further details, I would be willing to bet you'll get contrary results. Some people will argue about who was responsible for it. Some people will probably leave out the other planes. Some people might, I doubt it, but might, maybe if they don't live in America, not even know that there were other planes, right? But the big event, no one is going to disagree that those planes hit those towers and they fell down. No one's going to disagree on that. But the little details, sure, they get changed over time.
Not gonna
We're
lie, I
at
kind of
4,000 years on from the flood event. I'm not surprised that the little
Well, we're
details have
4,000 years
changed.
now. It was,
4,000 years
a
on
lot-
from the flood event. I'm not surprised the little details have changed. The big detail that there was a worldwide global flood and they wiped out everyone and everything that wasn't on this boat. It's all the same. That's the same because that's the big event.
Yeah. Okay. Well, 4,000 years is a little disingenuous because that's not when it would have been recorded in a different culture, right? And that's the date that matters. Yeah.
Sure, but I would even say that I believe we're 4,000 years on from the event.
Well, no, but I'm saying like the text that we've recovered, because your thing was that they wouldn't have text because or they might not include God in their text because they were so that
Okay.
was, yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it matters how far they were from when the event happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if one religion says it happened 2,000 years ago and one says it happened 2 million years ago, I don't think that's contradictory. I mean, sure, they can't both be true, but I don't think that is evidence to say, well, neither of them happened, you know.
No,
I think
well,
that
I'm
one
saying,
is likely just wrong about the date.
Yeah, but I'm saying like even if the date was the same, like they both said it happened on a fucking freaking
Sure, yeah,
January 2nd, you know.
yeah.
Even if that happened, you know, I'm just saying like the lost in translation thing, it wouldn't be 4,000 years that it would have to get lost in translation, right? It
Well,
would be from whenever the event
sure, that
happened
to the
yeah.
point that it got lost in translation. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But that's still probably more time between 9/11 and now, right? And we're already starting to get conflicting results on a big event like that.
I agree with that.
Which okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but also I think the more compelling aspect to that is they were completely across the world from each other.
Okay, so these different flood stories all across the world. That's compelling for which side? What do you like? What's the point you're trying to make?
Well, I think it's less. I think that to me, which not to me in general, but if I'm like, you know, I'm playing this character right now, right?
Okay.
I think that's more compelling to me, or you know, that maybe that you know, early humans dealt with a lot of flood problems, or maybe there was really actually a big flood that affected the entire world, and then those had been told throughout generations to teach the next generation something, versus the fact that, you know, how else would it have gotten there outside of that? And if it was God's will to spread this story to other cultures or other, you know, other humans, why wouldn't they get the actual important part of it, right? Maybe not the biggest part of it, but the most important. I assume that's what you were going to say. Maybe you had something else to say, but
I don't quite understand what you're going for, like what you're saying.
Okay, so what would you say in response to the fact that it was you know, the stories were not, they were in two completely different societies that had never interacted?
Well, let's put it this way: if you have to believe that a flood exists and came, which both of these societies clearly do, then you also must believe that all societies came from the people that were on the boat and have spread out from that single point, like the Tower of Babel, which is another story that is repeated throughout almost every society we see.
Well, that, or these are stories that were used to explain something they didn't understand, or that they were used as a lesson to teach the next generation that they didn't actually, you know, maybe they believed it happened because their parents said that or something like that.
But if that was the case, why would they be seen in all of these civilizations? If you actually believe that, and you actually believe that these civilizations have never interacted with each other, then how in the world, like, you believe they all just happened to come up with this same story? There's a million different ways you could have made that story or conveyed that message, but they all came up with these several same stories. They all did. They all came up with them, even though they've never talked to each other and shared these stories. That's just, you know, I understand that they could recognize the need for these lessons and recognize the need for these parables, but it seems impossible to me that they would all come up with these same stories, even with the minute differences that they have.
See, that's how I'd have to do more research. I don't know how well versed you are in it, but I wasn't confident enough to say what the you know, if there were big or small differences between the stories.
I don't know
having
enough
a
about the
major
differences
flood,
either.
you know what I mean? Like a major flood event could very easily have been something that, let's say, a lot of cultures experience flood, and that could very easily be put into a lesson somehow, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it's only highlighted because it's also in the Bible, right?
Maybe. Yeah.
But yeah, if it's exactly the same, then I would agree with you. I would think that would be really unlikely.
Yeah, I would agree.
Give me something else, dude. It's kind of fun. It's fun, especially because I there's no feelings in it at all for me because I don't believe what I'm saying, or some of what I'm saying, at least.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
just
No, it's just an interesting thought, right? Like, well, if you're gonna
yeah.
think this, then what about what about these other things?
It's kind of testing
Um,
myself too. Like, what would I say? What testing my beliefs and stuff.
yeah. Um, I don't know.
Hmm. I got one for you.
Yeah,
So, um, we had a conversation, which that is my actual belief. This is my actual belief, about Genesis, which you know, right?
yeah.
I think that Genesis didn't happen. The stories,
It's a
especially in the
parable.
beginning of
Yeah, a
Genesis, yeah,
story
it's a
meant
parable,
to tell a
or at
lesson.
least it's not literally telling what happened. Maybe God's intention was this first. Maybe this was his most important thing to him, or something like that. That extent. Day one he did this, day two he did that, right?
Yeah,
But I think there's a lot of symbolism in it, and I don't think it happened exactly like that. So, and you think that it did happen exactly like that, right?
I
You think it's like,
I am inclined to believe the traditional trope that's exactly
traditional.
like it's describing literal events throughout history, that the days are 24-hour days. Now that point I'm not a stickler on. Like, I think that when it says day, he could mean age, like thousands, maybe even millions of years. I just don't see why that would be the point. And I do believe very firmly that the Bible contradicts evolution, and the Bible and evolution cannot coexist properly. They just can't. But I don't necessarily think that it. I do believe that it describes one 7-day week as we see it, as we know it today. I don't
You
think
do
it
believe
has
that?
to, though. I do believe that, but I don't think it has
So
to.
what makes
And if
you
someone
believe
was
that?
to give me evidence to the contrary, then that's what I
Yeah.
would believe. Mostly the diction and the syntax for which it talks. I will say this: if you really want to try and figure out what it means, it's almost impossible, because the word day is used 3 times in the first paragraph, and every time it uses the word day, it means it in a different context.
Well, it's because of the translation of it, largely, I think.
No, if you go back to the original Hebrew meaning of the word, when the Hebrew is the first language the Bible was ever written in, the Old Testament was ever written in, it means it in 3 different ways, or could mean day in 3 different ways. But in the modern translation, it's
dude.
day.
Yeah, that's what I'm
3
saying, though,
times.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Hebrew word means 3 different things.
3
It
different
doesn't
things.
have-
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's impossible. I choose to believe 7 days because the God that I know, I don't understand why he would wait, but maybe he did. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can see that. I think that God can perform miracles, but if you look at the way God performs, other than Jesus, if you look at the way God the Father performs miracles in the modern world, because yes, I do believe that miracles still happen, they are very natural in their occurrence. They're not just usually not just immediately, suddenly inexplicable, right? It's he sets these events in motion, and they unfold in this way that only he knows they're going to, and they're wonderful and beautiful, but it doesn't just happen immediately. Now sometimes it does. There's instances of what's the exact words they use? It's basically, there's been instances in the hospital where, like, suddenly in one night, within the same minute, all these people that are in a coma in hospice in this one emergency room at the same time all wake up, pull their like breathing tubes out of their mouth, and start breathing on their own again, all at the same time, inexplicably. That is an example of an instant miracle that I believe God has performed, right? I don't think he always works that way, not anymore. Interesting. Why does that do 0 damage? I don't know.
I think part of it too for the getting back to like the physical days. I think it's an assumption to say that there was even time, the concept of time. Like, does God doesn't have to? He's not restricted.
Well,
by
he
time.
created time. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, this is something we can debate a lot, but here's something that I actually think comes to a conclusion that a lot of people haven't thought of, right? Whether you are a Christian or an atheist or a naturalist, whatever, if you believe in the Big Bang, which we have, I mean, essentially proven via the Hubble telescope, that all life, all of existence originated at a single point. Like life has an origin. We have viewed that origin through space, right? It's undeniable that life has an origin somewhere. You can try to deny it, you know, whatever.
So if you believe in the Big Bang, so you're saying you believe that happened like thousands of years ago?
6,000, roughly 6,000 to 10,000 years ago, somewhere around there.
That's kind of wild to me.
That's what I choose. Maybe it was billions of years ago, right? You know, like maybe it was, and maybe God used natural processes to create the world, and He said, "Let this happen," and then that happened, right?
See, that's my opinion.
I've seen evolutionists who have those exact beliefs, right? And for example, one of he was talking and basically was like, now we've tracked, so God created the heavens and the earth. That's the Big Bang. We've viewed that Big Bang, right? And suddenly everything just explodes into existence. And then a couple billion years later, the second day, whatever, God spoke and said, "Let there be light." We've tracked that through geology, right? That initially the whole surface of the world is covered in clouds and there's nothing but water, right? And then suddenly an asteroid from space comes through, hits the earth, and splits the clouds open. Suddenly there's light. That's God saying, "Let there be light." And then immediately He creates land. So because that asteroid hit, it creates these tectonic plate movements and gives the earth extremely powerful tectonic plate movements, and they start moving about and create land. Now, I think that's probably exactly how maybe not exactly how He created it, but I believe that's how He created it. He didn't just speak and suddenly it appeared. I believe he spoke maybe the asteroid, the meteor, into existence. It hit the end, you know, and then you see all these things occur, right? Because He knew they would occur that way.
So then why are you so anti-evolution then?
Because it contradicts with the God I know and the God I love. I do not, because of one thing, and one thing specifically. God, do you believe that, you know, because of man's sin, you know, if that's a parable, you still can't even get around it, even if the concept of Adam and Eve is a parable, right? Because of man's sin and death entered the world, right? If you believe in evolution, even if you believe in it from God's perspective, that God made evolution as a mechanism to create man and for His creation, right? Then you must believe that God created death. And so many times in the Bible does it directly contradict that belief. Death is the final enemy that will be conquered. In the end, God will conquer death. Jesus died and rose again. If this is a concept that He created, why is it the final enemy? Why is it an enemy at all? Why is it bad? It's not a bad thing, right? Like God, in fact, He must have created death, evolution, looked at the world and called it very good. But that doesn't make any sense. Not with the God I know. Not with the Bible, right? In the Bible I know, there's like, it says that Adam sinned and thus death entered the world, and that's why we die. It doesn't line up because of death, because it requires death. We have found fossils throughout the fossil record that so maybe the reason why these things are carbon dating, at least pre-fossils, are dating so long ago, and when you look into astronomy, you get dates of billions of years, is because He took billions of years to create the world. But I believe that and I also can believe that the genealogies of Adam to Jesus are not complete. It's actually commonplace and common practice for you when you're listing a genealogy to only mention the big points that everyone knows and to leave out the smaller ones. So I have no idea why so many Christians are defiant and completely adamant that the genealogies are complete, and they list the entire genealogy and don't skip over everyone. It doesn't make sense to believe that, because if you look through history, it doesn't line up. It's not the case. Maybe they are, but I don't think they have to be. But I do believe that evolution directly contradicts the message of the Bible, that death is the enemy that was introduced because of Adam's sin, and that it is the final enemy that will be conquered. Because if you believe in evolution, then you must believe that God created death and used it as a mechanism and called it very good, and thus there's nothing wrong with it. Death is not God's creation, it's man's creation. I believe that firmly.
So it's been a while since I've read up on the Genesis. What causes death then? You said it's man's cause.
Let me grab a bite.
All right, whip it out. Well,
We've dropped to one viewer. I'm not surprised, honestly.
I'm not surprised.
I'm
dude.
not
This
surprised
is
at
shit
all.
Content. Maybe we just hop. I
was gonna end the stream after we finish the Madness run anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday streams aren't really that good anyways. I don't, 5 is about what I can expect to average. Anywho. Let me, Right, so you get in the beginning, the days he's creating all the things. Sure, all of that could be loosely described. I would agree that it's very possible that they could be loosely described. Personally, I don't see any reason that I have to believe that. So as of right now, I believe that they are not. And if I ever come across compelling evidence for the contrary, then I'll change my beliefs. Hang on, I'm playing.
You be playing?
I be playing. Okay.
Yeah, you go again.
Yeah, I do. So one of the key points of evolution, maybe not the evolution you believe in, but one of the key points of naturalistic evolution is that not only, it's a whole nother thing, I don't want to get into this, but they believe that life arose from matter. I don't believe, that's not possible. I don't believe it's possible. Maybe plant life, but even that is a stretch. But I do not believe that animal life, and especially human life, can arise from rocks, matter, right? And elements. Maybe plant life, but that's because I don't believe that plant life is the same as animal life, and especially the same as human life. But anyways, he says, blah blah blah, he creates, I'm just going to paraphrase the whole thing because I don't want to start just reading directly from the Bible, but he creates creatures in the water, creatures in the sky. He also created every winged creature according to its kind, a water creature according to their kinds, animals on the land according to their kinds. Now, I believe that kinds here translates roughly to what we know to be families. So canine kind, feline kind, right? That's what it's talking about here. So first off, very importantly, you don't have a single ancestor that creates all these different families, right? I do believe that from these kinds we get species, right? Very clearly, all of the different species of dog came from one single kind of dog, and I don't try to defute that because you couldn't. But I do believe that God created all the kinds, feline kind, canine kind. I don't know what type of kind sloths are, or if they're canines or something. I don't know, maybe, you know what I mean? But you get what I'm trying to say, right? Mm-hmm. And I believe that is the case, even if it's not as literal of an interpretation. And then God saw it was all very good, and then God said, "Let us," which isn't a point that we're trying to dispute here, but a very important point for the Trinity. that the Trinity has always existed, that Jesus has always existed and only came down to earth as a man later. He wasn't just made later. Very important point for the Trinity there, that it says, let us. But that's neither here nor there for what we're talking about. But let us make man, or humans, in our image. That seems very intentional. A very clear deviation from evolution, monkey to man. Even if it is parabolic and even if you take a loose translation of it, I don't think there's any way around that man was made separately. It says, they will rule the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, livestock of the earth, creatures that crawl. How can we come from them but rule over them? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, I think if he intended it to be that way, yeah. Like, how is that completely contradictory? Ruling over them, and then.
So we came from God. Do you think we can rule over God? Do you think the child rules over the parent? Over There's so many other points in the Bible, because that's not how God works. And sure, God works in mysterious ways, and we don't know his intentions, but you can get a glimpse of his character, and you can see what he is like through the Bible and through his other works, and that's simply not how God works. We never, ever, ever do we see anywhere else where someone came from something, but yet they rule over that thing. Honor thy father and mother. You came from your parents, so you honor them. You do not rule over them. They rule over you, right? You submit to the higher power, the power from which you came. Constantly throughout the Bible, that is the message. So I don't know why in this one instance that would not be the case, right? But you're right, and you're right to say that there's no definitive statement that I can make there. I can't definitively say that, to say that it's wrong or that that's not the case or something like that. But I will say this: you move on, right? You fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, get me to the Adam death first. That's what I'm
right.
Like curious about.
So at the very beginning, you have gosh, where is it? You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. On the day that you eat from it, you will certainly die. If death already exists, if we came from monkeys, and he's gonna die anyways from the moment he made them, what's up with that? That doesn't make any sense. What is he trying to say, right? Which is a fair question. I'll go ahead and make an argument for you. Not that I know what argument you would make, but I feel like you could very easily make the argument. It's like, oh, well, physically die, but he won't spiritually die. Or like, on the day that you eat from it, you'll be separated from the Lord and you will be spiritually dead. Think you're kind of splitting hairs. My argument. Think that's splitting hairs a little bit, because okay, if you can physically die but not spiritually die, then you just return to God as a spirit but don't have a physical form, which I guess is okay. Doesn't directly contradict anything, but doesn't seem to line up with my beliefs and what I know. But okay, fair enough. So anyways, I guess that he means spiritually die there, but then you move on, right? Serpent tempts the woman, says, no, you will not. You will certainly not die. In fact, God knows that when you eat it, your eyes will be open, like God, knowing good and evil, blah, blah, blah. And then you move on.
Real quick before you get there. To me, that just screams parabolic, man. The fact that you die if you eat from the tree of wisdom, or the tree of wisdom of good and evil, that screams parabolic.
Okay, but why?
Because it's very obviously a lesson trying to be taught through the text, in my opinion.
You're right. It is a lesson. It's a lesson about why we observe the things that we observe today. But why can it not be literal?
Well, also it's a lesson of temptation with the devil. A lesson of trying to be more than what you are instead of just submitting to God, right? But also, what's the tree doing there? Why are they able to eat from the tree?
I'm very glad you asked
Why
that.
is
There are
Satan
very
there?
important
Why is
reasons for
Satan
that.
there?
That's actually a great question. I've actually asked myself, and there's no answer to it. And I would assume there is no answer because it's none of our business.
Well, but
But
you can say that
we
with
know
like, you
because
gotta,
it's confirmed later that Satan, the devil here, is a fallen angel. He's one of
yeah.
God's own angels who disobeyed his command, and thus he fell. Right? When? We just started at the beginning, in the beginning, and never does it say that he fell. Never in
But
the
we we know he's a serpent,
and we know he takes the form of a serpent.
right? Which I feel like I remember reading stuff in there that very heavily implies at this point he is at least a version of Satan, or of course he is Satan, but like of this hell Satan, right?
Yeah,
Of
I
sin
would agree.
Satan. And I'm curious how. Oh shit, dude.
You're fine though. You're not going to take a single
yeah, I should be
hit.
fine. And they're not really applying anything.
Yeah.
I'm curious how the.
This doesn't give me hope for our final boss though.
No, we'll see. I'm curious how the text of Satan being sent or being struck from heaven reads with that in mind.
I don't know. I
Could
think
he
that's
already
somewhere.
be in bad standing at this point?
I think
and
that's
then he
somewhere
just-
in Revelations or something like that. But I
Yeah.
do believe it's heavily like that. The belief here is that he has already fallen at this point.
Yeah. So then in that question, if the Garden of Eden was this amazing place that Adam and Eve could have just lived forever and had this amazing life, why would Satan be there?
It's great. It's a great question, right? Like that Satan already exists. Satan fell, presumably due to sin, but and that's why he was cast out of heaven. But this just goes to show that the sin didn't enter the world from him. Like it's a good question, great question. I have no idea. We don't have an answer, not a definitive one, not that I know of. And we simply don't. We simply don't. But to the point of why this tree, why did God make this tree in the first place? There's a very good reason for it. Do you have any answers, or were you asking that like rhetorically, or are you just genuinely like, I don't get it, why would there be this tree? Like,
well, I mean, I meant it like in the argument of why Satan was there too. Like why
Fair
what
enough.
led up to the situation. But go
Fair
ahead.
enough.
Go ahead.
So what God lays out for us in these first couple of books, first couple of chapters, is a perfect picture of what life is like, right? He creates life and it is perfect. And you have lots of things. You have diversity, variety. You've got pairs, right? Nothing is by itself. Nothing is alone, because being alone is bad. All of that, and then beyond that, you have beauty. He says that it's beautiful and that they're not only good to eat but pleasing to look at. Things are nourishing, but they're also beautiful, because beauty and art, all of that is also important for life. All of these other things, and then God gives Adam a job. Jobs are important. Work is important. We all must have work to belong. It's all very important here. But what else is important is God's command. If God just made all these things and just let us go free and do whatever we want, that's not life, right? You also must follow God's commands. So he makes it incredibly easy. Look at his commands today, right? 10 Commandments, for example. And I mean, Jesus even takes the 10 Commandments and ratchets it up another notch. But if you take those commandments today, they're impossible. It's impossible to follow those commands. Literally impossible. You can't do it. You can't do it. God gives you one command. He creates the tree because you need to have his commands, right? And you need to follow his commands. He goes, look, it's the easiest job in the world. All you got to do is not eat this fruit. And we can't even do that. Even that we fail.
Sure, parabolically, it also makes sense. It's got a great image there. But in terms of life and how he makes life, it also sets that up, right? It sets up exactly how heaven will be, right? Here's another thing. Jesus says in the end, God will come back and he will restore Eden. If this never happened and was just a parable, what the hell is he talking about? Maybe he just taught the parable so that when Jesus said that, we'd have something to compare it to. But I disagree, because Jesus could have just explained all that himself. You know, like I don't see why we needed this from the beginning, unless it was a documentation of historical fact. But once again,
wait, say that one more time. See that first bit again. Why would we not need it as historical? Like, well,
yeah.
If it was parabolical, why would we need it until Jesus was there?
Jesus himself says that when the Lord returns, like when he returns, he will have a final judgment over everyone. And those who choose to accept God's commands will be with him, and those who decide not to will not, and they will be cast away in what we refer to as hell. And he will make everything new like it was in the beginning. He will create a new Eden. So Jesus affirms Genesis and seems to imply that it was real historical fact and not a parable. So it like I don't see, and maybe that's not what he meant. Maybe he was just trying to get you the picture, right? Get you this picture and in this mindset. But if that's the case, why do we need this parable from the beginning? Like,
because it teaches you a story.
Sure, but God never works in stories until Jesus works in parables. God never does. If you look through the New Testament and all the things that God tells, never once does he work in parable. He says, do this, don't do this, do this, don't do this. If you do this, then do this. If you do this, then do this. It's very specific, very literal, and very clear. Jesus works in parables, and there's actually a very beautiful reason why that I would actually kind of want to talk to you about, because I think it's like beautiful and really cool. But I'd be curious to get your thoughts on it. Dang. You should pick up the Defiler, dude. That's awesome.
I got the Cursed Dagger Corrupted, which is pretty nasty. But yeah, the Defiler.
It's an armor. And pick it up for Heiner, dude.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But it's your turn. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, look, I think it could be, but I think you've just got a problem, right? You've also got a lot, like, and he said to the man, because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree about which I commanded you, these things will happen, right? So because I commanded you and you broke the commandment, these things will happen. This is the first time God predicts the future. God predicts the future all the time in the Bible, and he's always right.
So you're saying this before they eat the fruit? Or he's predicting that now that he ate the fruit?
Yeah.
This is what
it says, because you ate the fruit, these things will happen, right? The ground is cursed because of you. Sounds like sin entering the world itself. The ground is cursed because of you. You will eat from it by means of painful labor all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles. So thorns and barbs were not in God's world. He did not create those. However, these plants always had the ability to, but because of Adam's sin, the natural selection will occur, right? And the ones that didn't will, right? And thorns and thistles will now be created, right?
But why?
Because of that.
Like,
because of Adam's sin, right?
Well, yeah, okay, but like, where is this coming from?
It's right here in Genesis. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not saying like where are you reading it from. I'm saying where are these effects coming from?
They are the result of Adam's sins.
Yeah, but what is
because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree about which I commanded you.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying.
You mean literally what's happening,
like,
right?
Literally, what is it sourced from?
It's like natural selection, right? Like so like plants, right, have tons and tons of variety in their DNA, right? And if you lose specific, what's the word? Dominant genes, then what you will be left with is these recessive ones, and they will become the new dominant ones because there's just tons and tons and tons of genes there, right?
Yeah.
So they, it's natural selection, and it is what some people will refer to as microevolution.
That's what I'm saying. There's evolution. Yeah.
And I agree with that. I don't agree with macroevolution. I don't agree with the theory of evolution.
So what? Why not? I get you just because.
Because the theory of evolution claims that we all came from one ancestor. It claims that life came about from non-life. These things that we simply do not see. These things that are just not true. Like they're not observable science, and they contradict what's directly here in the Bible. The theory of evolution would say that all humans, all animals came from one biological ancestor. All plants came from one biological ancestor. That's just not what it says in the Bible. It doesn't say that. I don't believe it. In fact, it contradicts what it says in the Bible.
Well, so here's my question for you. At the beginning of our conversation today, you said that you like to look at everything and not try to compare it to, not try to agree, confirm your belief with it, but instead look at it independently with an open mind, right?
Yeah.
So why is it that if it just says that in the Bible,
okay,
and not necessarily specifically says that in the Bible,
I get what you're saying. Yeah. You can finish if you want, but I think I get what you're going.
Well, yes. I mean, the other part of that was it doesn't necessarily. To me, I don't necessarily think God's word is saying that he didn't do that.
Okay.
I think maybe depending on how you read it, it's very heavily implied that he didn't, and you can say that you have the specific reason for taking it literally, right?
Yes.
But if you have this evidence, this earthly evidence that indicates that evolution did happen, did occur, did take place, why isn't it obviously it's going to depend on your belief, but in my opinion, like an inference on what the text is saying, why does that overcome the evidence that you can see now, that you can see on Earth?
Well, once again, I also don't agree that there's evidence for evolution on Earth today. Like, I don't think there's any evidence for. I think there's actually evidence proving that it doesn't happen and does not exist.
Why is that? Well, what is the evidence that you think indicates that it didn't happen?
So, let me just real quick. I specifically, I'm saying that evolution and faith in Jesus, faith in God through the Bible cannot coexist. I believe that they cannot. And
dude, this might be it for us.
Specifically, you have the question of so what I said does not disprove evolution. Like, you're right. Like, if all I'm thinking is Christianity versus evolution, then you're right. Looking at what the Bible says and what the Bible tells us doesn't work. But if it's Christianity and evolution, then you must check the Bible. Because if you believe in Christianity, then you must believe in what Jesus... you must believe in Jesus, that he was the Son of God. And if he was truly sinless, then you also must believe that everything he ever said was correct. Because, I mean, overtly lying to people is a sin. And he affirms that the Bible is the infallible word of God. So thus, anything in the Bible now becomes reliable because you believe in Jesus. And if you want to check if something works with Christianity, then you check the Bible, and the Bible contradicts it. At least the way I interpret it.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's an interpretation. Right?
Okay, fair enough.
There's plenty. There's every verse you could. Of course, that's a much bigger difference in interpretation than I think we would have on those verses, right? But there's gonna be difference there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, why? I guess. So you're saying that for you don't think it's possible that evolution in Christianity could exist because that's against how you view the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't believe that they can coexist side by side. I at least when you talk macroevolution, monkeys to man, everything came from non-life created life. they can't exist. Like, even actually take that out. Like, I just evolution in terms of like things die, and then now I do think natural selection happens. But anything proposed by evolution that is not defended by natural selection, I do not believe it can coexist with the Bible. And I do not believe that it can exist at all, because we don't see any evidence of it.
So what?
We see evidence that could support it, but we see nothing that proves it, and we see lots of things that actively disprove it.
So that's what I'm. Yeah. What are the things that actively disprove evolution? Take the Bible out of it completely.
Let me do some thinking.
Do some thinking. You can look it up too.
Yeah, so I don't have it off the top of my head. I've seen it before, so which is why I'm saying it now. But I don't.
But then
remember.
also, I would be careful looking at stuff that says, evidence against evolution, because then you could look up, and then we're just going to be sitting here sending each other links all day,
Yeah.
There's always going to be a retort. It's tough to substantiate it on the fly, but. And if there is, so is your thesis here, which I might be putting words in your mouth, but with the basis, which I think is true, that evolution is very, very widely accepted and kind of in the science community. Do you think the only reason for that is because it would be against their belief? Their pre-existing beliefs?
There are lots of atheistic scientists who do not believe in evolution and actively reject it on the basis of the information that I can't remember right now.
That do anything. There's a lot of Christians who have insane beliefs too. But like, I think like if you ask,
believe that would be insane.
I'm saying like if you I'm not saying that. No.
Should shadow bolt that guy and then hit him with the deep dark.
Yeah, I'll hit him. Hold on.
The triple dark
up for auction. But I think if you ask like 80% of scientists, they would say that either they believe that evolution exists or that at least it's widely believed in the field, like it's accepted.
It is widely accepted.
You learn it in school, right?
Yeah,
like
but
it's very widely
there's huge problems with that, but it is widely accepted. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Hit the shadow bolt on this guy. Oh, I guess you got to manage him. Yeah, you could curse. You could decay him, I suppose. But I'd say shadow bolt. But yeah,
shadow bolt, middle guy, get 9 on him, and
the
then
second guy, and then triple that with the manage him.
Well, I just put this on. This weakens him. I think that'd be better.
That'd be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Manage him. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Boom.
Clapped him.
Clapped him. You find anything good?
No, I'm still thinking. Hang on, real quick.
Okay.
I am gonna go ahead and end the stream. Because only one person to one viewer. Thank you so much. It might be Xander, honestly. I don't know.
It's not me.
I appreciate it. It's a fun time. Thank you to everyone that stopped by on YouTube. XB
and if you still listen,
unknown, chatting away with us with the new followers. That's freaking dope. That's great. What were you gonna say, Zan?
If they're still listening, shout out. They've been through.
For real, right? For real. We've just been blabbing, bro. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I'll catch you guys on